Hello. Hi. I am Femyoz. I am here to debate you. That is right, everybody. Today, we are doing more debates. Oh, yes. I'm so excited. Now, for those of you who are new here, I always make sure to leave timestamps in the description below so you can skip around if you want. I understand not everybody has enough free time to watch this whole episode in its entirety. I mean, if you look at the length of it, I totally get it, all right? I totally get it. Or, if you want, you don't even have to watch it. You can listen to it as a podcast. You can do that as well. It's pretty cool, huh? But anyways, I would recommend watching the entire thing simply because the goal is to be as entertaining as possible, and you don't want to miss out. Anyways, hello, Pancake Panic. Welcome to the stream. Hello, Egg Flareon. Hello there, General Kenobi. You are a bold one. But, anyways, the weather do be nice, huh, chat? Yeah, that's right. That's exactly what I, came on here to talk about. Yep, definitely not to debate, am I right? But, anyways, I thought, you know what, I'm gonna do the thing where, on Discord, I do the thing, and then the thing is, right, on Discord, right, is there's the thing, okay? And because there's the thing, that's how, I'm making a lot of coherent sense. And it looks like, thanks, Neil, for already having my thing demonetized. Really appreciate that. Oh, thank you, thanks, YouTube. So that's, you really outdid yourself this time, Neil. Oh, wow, my thing getting demonetized for no reason? Oh, color me shocked. Hello, Kiki. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're having a fine day today, alright? I hope you're doing very well. Because if you weren't, that would be very sad and unfortunate. But, yeah, it really do be like that, huh? It really do be like that. But yeah. So, if you want to debate me, I highly recommend just either add me directly, or just, go into my server. All of this is in the description below, by the way. And go to the section where it says live debates. You'll see my name and everything. That's where you're going to want to go. And if you want to debate me, make sure to raise your hand, yada, yada, yada. But I want to have, like, actual debates, right? Like, when I say debates, I don't mean, like, oh, yes, I am gonna go on here so I can, like, say hi. Like, nah. Not about that, alright? Not about that, alright? I want, like, actual debates, if you know what I'm saying, right? Like, people that genuinely disagree with me. Yo, Femyoz stream, let's go. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I finally decided, you know what? Fine. I'll get the Discord app instead of being too lazy to install it, which takes, like, 5 seconds, and just using it in my web browser. But, I decided, you know what? Fine. I'll cave in. I'll get the Discord app, and so far, it's barely even different. I bet. Yeah, that's right. It's probably not even that much different, I'll bet. But, yeah, I'm hoping that some people, are gonna debate me soon, because, I would be very, very sad if they didn't, okay? I wouldn't be a happy camper. I would be a sad camper. And you don't want me to be a sad camper, okay? You see Bald Martin on my wall over here? He'll be a really sad camper as well. If nobody debates me. It has to be a genuine debate, though. Web browser-based, true. Hello, Lugbers Shack. Welcome to the stream. The main reason I decided, fine, I'll get the Discord app, and I finally caved in, wasn't because somebody told me to. Well, I mean, people telling me to is part of it, but the main thing is there have been instances where my computer basically just randomly stops working when I do a stream and have I set the stage on Discord, the live debates stage. I've had issues with that. I don't know why it lags sometimes. I think it just messes things up. So yeah, I hope that this makes it not an issue. Who is Bald Martin, Lamau? What's the lore? Well, you see, Bald Martin, you see this beautiful bald man on my wall? That is Bald Martin. He's a beautiful bald man. He's also my husband, I'll have you find. Yeah, that's right. Bald Martin is my husband, alright? Don't... This is exactly why I challenged Morg's mom to a boxing match, because Bald Martin is mine, okay? I don't appreciate Morg's mom trying to steal the husband that is rightfully mine, alright? I mean, come on, like, what the hell? Love a bald, sexy legend? Aw, hell yeah. Hell yeah. That's pretty epic, huh? But yeah, yeah, I don't even, yeah. Really do be like that, huh? But yeah, so chat, what do you want to do, while we wait for people to debate me? Now, remember the guy I debated about, I don't know, Jalen or whatever, whether or not, is your friend Jalen a good person? I don't know, lol, XD. Well, I'm gonna be debating him again, today, but this time it's gonna be subject material that I actually want to debate, because that was part of the agreement, right? Doing one debate that he wants, one debate that I want, right? So we're gonna be talking about, trans issues, okay? So I'll briefly go over, sort of, what I guess the game plan is gonna be. I don't know, I kind of wing it. I wing everything. I don't like to, over-prepare for debates, because then it's like, if somebody says something I don't predict, then it, like, catches me off guard or whatever. So I kind of like to be spontaneous with it. But generally, the approach I'm going to take is I'm going to, I guess, ask him just some questions, because, now, most likely, I'm guessing the vast majority of the debate is going to be centered around the topic of, is gender-affirming care beneficial for the trans youth? I'm guessing that that's going to be the main subject for discourse. However, there are going to be some questions that I'm going to want to ask him first, right? For instance, I'll ask him if he thinks that trans women are women, right? If his answer is no, we can't even move on to the discourse over whether or not gender affirming care for minors, is a beneficial thing, right? For the trans youth specifically, right? How'd you meet these people to debate you? Oh god, I don't even know sometimes. It's like a long story, but either I'll ask people to debate me, they ask me to debate them, or both, or people will just show up, I guess. It really depends, right? Or I'll disagree with somebody and I'll be like, yo, you should debate me. And then we'll debate, right? But yeah, if he believes that trans women aren't women, right? Then it's like we can't even talk about like the trans kids debate or whatever, right? At that point, it's just like, okay. Also, I just realized a dingo is in here raising his hand. So I guess oh god, I don't even want to know. Oh dear. I hope I don't even regret this. I'll invite you to speak though, alright? Hello. Greetings and salutations. Oh. Looks like somebody's server muted you. I'll server unmute you. Okay, there you go.
Hey, bud. How you doing?
Hello?
How you doing?
Wait, I can't hear. Hold
Hello?
on, wait. Wait, chat, can you hear him?
Hello?
I'm not getting any audio feedback. Wait.
Hello?
Oh, I wonder if it's because I'm in... Is it because I'm in streaming mode?
I've just checked that my mic is working.
Wait.
Testing.
Wait, how do I...
Stream can hear me.
Okay, that's weird.
That's super weird, man.
Hold on. Let me see if I can fix this.
I can say anything to the stream right now.
Hold on, let me
is a fucking loser.
Okay, I see, Okay.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay.
I'm gonna turn you down all the way on my end, because I see that apparently, your audio is showing up on, like, they're able to hear it, apparently, but I'm not. I don't know why that is. So I'm gonna go over to... Oh, God. I wonder if it's because it's, I'm in streaming mode. That might be it. Alright, I'll turn off streamer mode. Okay? Alright, let me, turn his volume back up.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Hello?
Hello? Hello?
What the hell?
Can you hear me? Check your fucking volume
Okay, what is
mixer.
going on here? Okay, so
Oh
it's
my
not...
God.
It's not a matter of whether or not it's in streamer mode. That's weird. Okay, I'll turn streamer mode back on, I guess. That's so weird. I don't know what's going... Why is it doing this? All sound effects will be disabled? No, that's not... Don't disable sound effects there. Maybe that is why? Join stage... And... Speak on stage.
Hello?
What?
Check
What?
your volume.
What is going on here? I don't understand. Why can't I hear? This is so annoying. I don't understand. What is going on?
Oh my God. Dude, how?
What? Hello? I can't hear anything. What the f-
Check. Hello?
Alright,
Check.
I'm gonna do the
Check
thing
your
I do
volume.
best, which is turning it off and on again, okay? Alright.
Oh my God, this is a shit show.
Oh god, this is so annoying. I genuinely despise this. Yeah, this is what happens when people tell me, why don't you use the Discord app? This is why. This is why I don't use the Discord app. You stupid idiots. Alright, it's your fault. Hello, let's... what? Why am I... Okay,
Hello?
Hello, I can hear you now, finally, jeez. I don't know what the hell was going on.
Quite a while. So first, I want to open up the discussion and ask you how you're doing today.
Oh, I'm doing just fine, I guess you could say. I'm having an okay day.
Okay. I want to send you a tweet. I want you to pull this up on stream. Is that alright?
It depends on what the tweet is.
It's safe for your stream. I just want you to pull this up in front of your audience.
Okay, hold on. Hey, yo! You fucking bastard. I'm gonna... Alright, I see how it is. Oh, and you added my fake account. Okay. Or, like, not even my account. The one that's impersonating me.
Yeah, I had to ask someone, right? Like...
Yeah, because I got okay, that makes sense, because, I got suspended. I definitely don't have an alt account that I Banivate on or anything.
You look a bit like a fucked up version of Fry from Futurama.
Okay, I mean, alright, I see how it is. Alright. Do you have anything you actually want to debate me on, or is that it?
Yeah, I want to debate you on why you think that streaming is going to be a viable career for you. Like, do you think it's actually going to take off, or do you think it's...
I think that, I don't know, I don't know, there's some ambiguity there, I guess you could say.
I think I know for a fact from speaking to anonymous sources that you're a dead set on making this a career.
Bro, what? What anonymous sources? Or is this just something you've made up?
No, I've spoken.
Oh, you've spoken to people. Cool. Congratulations. Well, you see, my anonymous sources have told me
my anonymous source.
My anonymous source it says that you rape babies.
Mango. My anonymous source
you see,
is your sibling.
Okay, and they're your reliable source of information. Okay.
I'm
Alright.
just curious, like, why you want, because now that you've certified that you just lied, right, that you do actually want this to become a career, let's talk
Well,
about
I
that.
didn't say I didn't
What are
want it to
your
become a career. I said I don't know.
what are your ambitions with streaming?
I mean, I'd like to do it full time. That doesn't mean it will or
Okay,
won't
what are
happen.
your ambitions? What do you want to do with it? If you would like to
Make
do
enough
something, it
money,
is a goal.
make enough money to have it be a stable career, hopefully, right?
Uh-huh.
That would be
So,
the ambition part, right?
and when we're thinking about ways that you're trying to grow your stream, a few things come to mind.
Mm-hmm.
So, what exactly was the thought? Um, what was the thought behind the big money symbol in the thumbnail? Own this, make me your femboy servant. What was
Oh,
exactly
that
the
was my goal was to make money.
Okay. Do you
And I
think
mean,
do you think this is something do you think this is something that do you think that your children perhaps would
I'm
be
not gonna have
proud of you?
kids. I'm
You're
not
not
having
gonna have
kids.
kids. Okay.
Nah.
Uh do you think your nieces and nephews would be proud knowing what
Yes,
you do on the
I think
internet?
they definitely would be. Yeah,
I
yeah.
think they definitely would be.
Mm-hmm.
That's interesting.
Yep.
So,
They
Femi,
would be very proud of me. They'd be like, yeah, that's Aunt Femyoz. That's Uncle Femyoz. Whatever way they want to go, I guess.
man. A couple days ago, I asked you a really important question, and I got a really confusing response. And I've talked
Mm,
to others, and they agreed that your response is a little bit confusing. So,
mm,
Femius, my
mm.
question to you was, if someone always plays video games on easy mode, what does that say about their skill level? And you said, oh, it just
Um,
means that they maybe just want to chill out and don't want to. So, what
yeah,
that answer to many people was considered unusual, perhaps
yeah.
deranged, perhaps
Deranged.
perhaps saying anything to avoid the answer that, to be honest, that's the obvious answer, which is because you're not that great at video games, that you're not that good at debates. I mean, in your
Okay,
thumbnail, you have
hold
zero
on.
losses drawn, but I
Well, hold on.
specifically
It's
remember
not
you
my.
taking a
So
loss to
wait.
me.
Hold on. Quick question. Is
So
it
zero losses.
so?
That's a false statement, correct?
Okay. So when I have a question. So when
I have a question
when
too.
I
Can I
allow
just
anybody to
answer
debate
this?
me, when I allow anyone to debate me, how is that me deliberately going on easy mode, right? Like it's like if somebody good
Mhm.
wants to debate me, I'm not gonna stop them. They can debate me. So
This is like asking the
it's
question:
not
if
my fault.
Steven
It's
Crowder
not
goes to a
my
college,
fault.
Steven Crowder goes to a college and sets up his little stall and just lets anybody come up, man. How could you say he's playing on easy mode when like you're sitting in a place where all
Because when somebody like Sam Cedar requests a debate, he dodges. So, but I don't really do that. I don't really dodge like that. So that's the difference.
that's just a completely irrelevant answer to my question. You're just bouncing and pivoting around. So I'm gonna repeat the question that you dodged earlier.
I already
Is that okay
answered
with you?
it. How was that
So
dodging?
the zero losses in your thumbnail, that's a false statement, correct?
It's a thumbnail.
It's a false statement, correct?
I don't know. It depends on
The
what you consider to be.
statement
It depends on what you
the
consider to be a
statement
loss.
the statement Femyoz has had zero debate losses would be an incorrect statement.
How do you know it? How do
Correct?
you know it's in reference to me? What if I'm talking about somebody else's debate stats? Or what if that's like the number of losses I've had today versus
I'm
the number of
secretly a
wins I've
cat?
had total?
What
What?
if I'm secretly a cat from outer space?
You know what? Maybe you are. More power to you.
What if I'm
Guys,
secretly a
chat,
cat from
did you
outer
know that?
space?
Did you know that Dingo is a cat from outer space? One
I
in
could say,
chat if you
man,
knew
but
that.
it kind of sounds like you're floundering. Do you
What?
find this entertaining?
Yeah.
I think your audience is seeing a new side of you, someone who is unable to engage in serious discussion. I don't know why.
What is the serious discussion that needs to be
About
engaged
your
with?
future. About your future, sir.
Oh, about my future. The best subject for discourse. Yeah.
Yes, I think it's important that
Mm-hmm.
your audience gets to know more about you. I mean, that
I
parasocial
think what
connection
we
is going
need
to make you
to
more
have a
money, right?
debate about. I think what we need to have a debate about is I think we need to have a debate about your mom's
No, no,
sex life.
I'll give you.
Can I?
I'll
I'm
give you a
gonna
few minutes to
debate.
come up with a
How
debate.
about I debate you about your mom's sex life? How about that?
Did you just seriously make a your mom joke? in front of
Yes,
your
yes, I did.
YouTube audience?
Yes, yes.
I'm gonna quote what you said a couple days ago. This is a snooze fest, guys. This is a snooze fest. So let's make
That's your
this a little bit
fault,
more
though.
interesting.
That's your fault.
Let's make this a little bit more interesting, Femyoz. Let's make this a little bit more
Mm-hmm.
interesting.
Mm-hmm.
So let's ask you a couple questions. This is a questionnaire.
Mm-hmm.
And what we're going to do with this questionnaire is we're actually going to be able to determine your personality type.
Okay.
So let's start it. Let's start it. So here we go. You regularly make new friends? Would you disagree, or would you disagree, agree, strongly disagree, or strongly agree with this statement? Or neutral?
It
That's
depends.
the
Neutral. Yeah.
neutral. So what about this? You spend a lot of your free time exploring various random topics that pique your interest.
Neutral.
Neutral. Seeing other people cry can easily make you feel like you want to cry too.
I guess I'd say slightly agree.
Slightly agree. Okay. You often make a backup plan for a backup plan.
Slightly disagree.
Slightly disagree. You usually stay calm, even under a lot of pressure.
Man, I'd say neutral because it could go both ways.
Neutral. It's
Yeah.
you don't have a very clear view of yourself. At social events, you rarely try to introduce yourself to new people and mostly talk to the ones you already know.
Yeah, I'd say agree.
Agree. Okay, so you have low self-esteem. You prefer to completely finish one project before starting another.
N- Slightly disagree. I have all sorts of unfinished stuff.
Okay.
Actually, no.
You are
I'd say slightly agree because it does
agree.
eat away at me if I don't finish it.
Okay. You are very sentimental.
You're not wrong.
No, that's the question. It's like
Oh.
agreed.
I thought you were saying it as a statement. Sorry, I'm retarded. I'd say slightly agree. Yeah.
Slightly agree. Lots of slightly agrees here. Do you feel scared about committing to an actual answer? Let's try less slightlys and more bold statements.
Slightly agree is an answer. That it's one of the options.
Yeah, but we want more definitive answers. So let's go to this next question now. You like to use organizing tools like schedules and lists.
Just hard disagree. There. That's when I do genuinely hard yeah, I hate organizing
Even
stuff.
a small mistake can cause you to doubt your overall abilities and knowledge.
I'd say slightly agree.
Slightly agree. Very low self-esteem again. You feel comfortable just walking up to someone you find interesting and striking up a conversation.
Slightly disagree.
Slightly disagree. Again, low self-esteem. You are not too interested in discussing various interpretations and analyses of creative works.
Wait, repeat that?
You are not too interested in discussing various interpretations and analyses of creative works.
I'd say neutral. I guess it depends on what the creative work is.
Neutral. Very. So you're not analytic. Okay. You are more inclined to follow your head than your heart.
Neutral. I don't know.
Neutral. I'm not gonna accept another neutral.
Wait, what?
Agree or disagree?
Wait, but what if I follow my head 50% of the time and my heart the other 50% of the time? Which one am I supposed to choose?
Do you genuinely believe that to be the truth?
Yeah, I think.
You sure it's not 1% in any other direction?
I mean, I could grab my TI-84 and try to calculate this, but I don't know. I feel like it can go both ways.
We'll just stick it as neutral because you don't seem to be. You seem to be scared about giving up too much information about yourself. The exact opposite of what a personality test is supposed to be. Next question. You usually prefer just doing what you feel like at any given moment instead of planning a particular daily routine.
Oh, yes, strongly agree.
Strongly agree. So you're very unorganized.
Oh, hell
very
yeah.
ugly. Next question. You rarely worry about whether you make a good impression on people you meet.
I slightly agree.
You don't worry about first impressions or anything like that?
Nah, I worry more about last impressions. I think last impressions are way more important.
What, like the last time you ever speak to someone?
Yeah, so like if I like, cause like the
Yeah,
first
we're moving on.
impression.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
Yeah.
Next question. You enjoy participating in group activities, so like reading time, stuff like that?
Uh, Disagree.
Disagree. So again, you're very anxious around other people. Um, not a good trait for a streamer. Next question. You like books and movies that make you come up with your own interpretation of the ending?
I'd say slightly agree.
Slightly agree. Next question. Your happiness comes from helping others accomplish things than your own accomplishments.
Uh, I don't know, neutral. I'd say it's about even.
Okay. Okay. Next question. You are interested in so many things that you find it difficult to choose what to try next.
Um, Slightly agree.
Next question. You are prone to worrying that things will take a turn for the worse.
Slightly agree.
You should be turning this into a strongly agree, because I have a feeling that things are going to be way more fucked up for you in the future. But never mind. Next question. You avoid leadership roles in group settings.
It really depends on the group, so I'd say neutral.
Neutral. Let's talk generally. Do you generally avoid leadership roles in group settings?
I'd say I wouldn't avoid it, so I'd say disagree, I guess. I don't avoid it.
Okay, okay.
I don't actively seek it out all the time, though.
Mhm. Yes, stop the cap. Next question. You are definitely not an artistic type of person.
Ooh, that depends. Do you classify comedy as art?
I would say, according to this test, I believe artistic refers to the creation of things physically. So let's say
Nah, I don't really do that.
not an artistic type of person. Okay.
No.
Next question. Also a sign of low intelligence. Next question. You think the world would be a better place if people relied more on rationality and less on feelings?
I'd say generally, yes, that would be preferable.
Okay,
But
okay,
that
okay.
doesn't mean that feelings should be disregarded.
Gotcha, gotcha. Maybe if you operate more on rationality, you wouldn't come across as a crazy person all the time on other people's streams. But never mind. Next question.
It was a one-time thing.
You prefer to do your chores before allowing yourself to relax.
Oh, hard disagree.
Hard is the great. Lazy.
Hmm.
Next question.
Fuck you.
You enjoy watching people argue.
Aw, strong agree. Hell yeah.
Oh, great.
Love that. It's fun.
You tend to avoid drawing attention to yourself. So if you've got a nappy, maybe you hide it with tracksuits, something like that.
What? I don't know what that last comment was, but hard disagree.
A
I like
diaper.
being in the spotlight.
Okay.
Oh,
Next question. Your mood can change very quickly.
I sort of agree. It can sometimes, yeah.
Sort of agree. Mood swings, BPD. Okay. Next question. You lose patience with people who are not as efficient as you.
Um, Slightly disagree. I would have said slightly agree in the past, but I think I've gotten more patient.
Okay. Next question. You end up doing things at the last possible moment.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Strong agree.
Okay, again, lazy. Next question.
Fuck you.
You have always been fascinated by the question of what, if anything, happens after death.
I'd say yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
That
you
is a
agree.
good question, yeah.
What happens to you is that you're going to hell. Next question.
Hell isn't real,
You usually prefer sorry, sir, please be quiet. You usually prefer to be around others rather than on your own.
Slightly disagree.
Oh, that is great. Jesus Christ, you're a real piece of work, huh? Next question. You become
Fuck
bored
off.
or lose interest when the discussion gets highly theoretical.
Strong disagree. That's when it gets interesting, actually.
Hmm. You find it easy to empathize with a person whose experiences are very different than yours.
I'd say, yeah, I'd say I agree. Like if their experiences are different, it's like I may not understand why they're feeling a certain way, but I understand
Yeah.
that they are feeling a certain way, and I can still understand and empathize with that, if that makes sense.
Yeah, you should try to empathize with someone who has to watch your shitty fucking streams. Next
Fuck
question.
you.
You usually postpone finalizing decisions for as long as possible.
Yeah. I do that, yeah.
Uh, yeah, of course you do, you lazy fuck.
Fuck
Next
you.
question. You rarely second guess the choices that you have made.
Slightly disagree.
So I disagree. Okay. Next question. After a long and exhausting week, a lively social event is just what you need.
Strong disagree.
Strong disagree. Again, low self esteem, very anxious. Next question. You enjoy going to art museums. Not much long to go,
Uh,
by the way.
Disagree.
Disagree. You're not a particularly intelligent person. Next question. You often have a
Based on
hard
what
time.
standard? There's
Sorry,
different
sir.
types of
Please be quiet.
intelligence.
Sorry, sir. Next question. You often have a hard time understanding other people's feelings.
I'd say disagree.
Disagree. Okay. Understand my feelings having to watch your shitty fucking streams. Next question. You'd like to have a to-do list for each day. Let me guess. Strongly disagree.
Yeah, I disagree,
Yeah.
yeah.
Lazy fuck. Next question. You
Fuck
rarely
you.
feel insecure.
Rarely feel insecure. Slightly agree. I'm not that insecure.
Slightly agree. Yeah, you probably should, man. Maybe we'd help you be less fucking annoying all the time. Next question. You avoid making phone calls.
Yeah, strong agree. I hate phone calls. Fuck
Strong
phone
agree.
calls.
Okay.
Yeah, I hate phone calls.
Anxious, anxiety, low self-esteem. Noting that one down. Next question. You often spend a lot of time trying to understand views that are very different from your own.
I'd say slightly agree.
Slightly agree. Imagine the view of someone trying to watch your shitty fucking content all the time. It's gotta be brutal. Next question. In your social circle, you are often the one who contacts your friends and initiates activities.
Strongly disagree.
Strongly disagree. Anxious, low self-esteem, anxiety. Next question. If your plans are interrupted, your top priority is to get back on track as soon as possible.
Strong disagree.
Strong disagree. Low
Wait,
self-esteem,
actually, no,
anxious.
wait, actually, it depends. Sometimes it's a strong agree. It depends on what I was doing and how long I was being
I
interrupted
think it
for.
speaks generally about meeting up with friends in real life, I assume.
Yeah, no, same answer then, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so I was right. Next question. You are still bothered by mistakes that you made a long time ago.
Uh, I'd say I disagree.
Disagree? Yeah, you should be, you fucking loser. Next question. You rarely contemplate the reasons
God.
for human existence or the meaning of life.
Wait, you said rarely? Not hard disagree. I contemplate it quite a bit.
Okay. Next question. Your emotions control you more than you control them.
I mean,
I think I know the answer to this question.
slightly agree.
We're gonna peg that as a strongly agree.
Wait,
Next question.
why?
You take great care not to make people look bad, even when it is entirely their fault.
Strongly disagree. If it's their fault, it's their fault.
Mhm. Yeah. So you're a piece of shit. Next question.
For
And
holding
you're almost
people
close.
accountable for their
You're
actions?
sorry, sir. Be quiet. You're only 80% the way
It's
through
my
the test.
fucking
Don't throw a
stream.
tantrum. Next question. Your personal work style is closer to spontaneous bursts of energy than organized and consistent efforts.
Oh, absolutely.
Absolutely. Next question. Lazy, by the way. When someone thinks highly of you, you wonder how long it will take them to feel disappointed in you.
I plead the fifth.
So I'm going to need a real answer to this question.
Um, Slightly agree.
Slightly agree. Yeah. Well, maybe change it to a strongly agree because I guarantee you everyone's fucking disappointed in you, even your parents. Next question.
Yeah,
You would love a
okay.
job that requires you to work alone most of the time.
Uh, I'd say slightly agree.
Considering you want to be a washed up streamer? That makes a lot of sense. Next question. You believe that pondering abstract philosophical questions is a waste of time.
Oh, strongly disagree.
Strongly disagree. Strongly disagree. Next question. You feel more drawn to places with busy, bustling atmospheres than quiet, intimate places.
No, I prefer the quiet, intimate places.
Maybe you should be quiet more of the time. That'd be a really nice change. Next
Nah.
question. You know at first glance how someone is feeling.
Slightly agree.
Maybe you could use that social awareness to be less fucking annoying all the time. Next question. You
Nah.
often feel overwhelmed.
Slightly agree.
Slightly agree. Okay. You complete things methodically without skipping over any steps.
Slightly disagree.
Slightly disagree. You're prone to tripping all over yourself, you piece of shit. Next question.
Fuck you.
You are very intrigued by things labeled as controversial.
Yeah, I'd say I agree.
You'd say you agree. So you're a loser as well. Next question. You would pass along a good opportunity if you thought someone else needed it more.
I guess it depends on what the opportunity is. So neutral. I don't know.
Not a
It
fan
depends
of
on who
affirmative
needs
action.
it.
Next question. You struggle with deadlines.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. Last question. You feel confident that things will work out for you. Now, I know the reality of this question. I just want to know what your opinion is.
Neutral.
Neutral. Probably change that to a negative. Make sure your life isn't so fucked up. So let me give you the results of your personality test. So,
Oh god.
your personality type is INTP.
Yeah,
So,
that's about the same
let's
as
explain what that
mine.
means. So,
I forgot.
your personality type is a loser. So,
Nah,
losers
INTPs are based. Fuck you.
Sorry, sir. I'm just going to quickly explain to you what the result of your personality test is. So, you are a failure of a human being who doesn't have any direction in life,
No,
who will
that's
never amount
you.
to anything. Let's click on next.
That's you. That's you.
Mind. You are 71% introverted, which means you're a fucking loser who doesn't have any friends. Next.
No, you.
You are considered intuitive. So intuitive people are very fucking stupid and aren't observant at all and don't actually look deep within subjects to understand the truth of them. Next,
Yeah, okay.
nature. So you are thinking. So thinking individuals focus on objectivity and rationality. But considering how your thought process is completely broken, you're more like focusing on turds in the wind. So next question.
I don't see how my
Tactics.
thought process is broken.
So you are. Please be quiet, sir, while I'm speaking to you.
Nah.
You are
my stream.
86% prospecting. Prospecting individuals are very good at improvising and adapting to opportunities. Considering that you will never amount to anything and haven't adapted to a single thing in your entire fucking life, this seems to be an error on the part of the personality test. Next, identity. You are 58% turbulent. Now, I don't even have to roast you on this one, I can just read it out. Turbulent individuals are self-conscious and sensitive to stress. They feel a sense of urgency in their emotions and tend to be perfectionist, losers with no friends. Sorry, I did that in a little thing at the end there.
Yeah, I noticed.
Thing here. Yeah. Next thing here. Yeah, you are an INTPA/INTPT. Your strengths are not reading any of these out to you because you'll get a big ego over it.
Oh, okay. All right, you're just gonna not read it. Okay,
sorry, sir, I'm gonna give you your weaknesses first. It's a compliment sandwich here. So disconnected, insensitive, dissatisfied, impatient, perfectionistic. These are some of your big flaws. I would add in on these flaws also fucking loser, no friends, stupid.
No, I don't have any flaws.
Not smart, tiny, strange.
That's why I got a 1390 on my SAT on my first attempt with no tutoring.
I'm sure, man. I'm sure. Discordian in nature. So you're a Discordian. Freakish. And
I think you're projecting.
strange.
You're projecting.
That's interesting. Why do you believe that?
Because I think that these apply more to you than anybody else.
But you just did a whole personality test about it, man. Seems like they apply to
Well,
you.
I think
big
I
time.
think well I think when you talk about
No, listen,
when you say that I'm a loser,
listen.
I think you're
Sorry,
projecting.
sir.
I think
Sorry.
that's how you see
Here's what I
yourself.
think. I see
I
myself
think
as
you
a
see
god,
yourself as a
and lightning
loser.
bolts shoot from my
Yeah,
fingertips.
bullshit.
Interesting. So it appears that we finally determined that your
I think you're
personality is
compensating.
that of a fucking loser. I mean, I'm
I
just saying
think you're
nothing you can,
projecting. I think
nothing
you're
you can,
projecting.
nothing you can say now will make up
I
for the
think
absolute
you're
felting that
projecting.
was the past 10
I
minutes.
think you
So,
are projecting big time.
can you define that for me?
It means that you are taking your own flaws and
hmm
projecting them onto me and
But
accusing
these
me
flaws
of
are
having
directly from
your
your
flaws.
personality test, sir. These are
Where in the
directly from your
personality
personality
test
test.
does it say that I'm a loser, like you?
On the front page. I don't know what you're trying to do
Really?
there. Anyways, Femyoz, I think we've determined once and for all that your career in streaming has come to a premature end, that you are in fact a failure, and that you will never rise
Yeah,
up and be
okay,
the
move the
individual you want.
audience. I don't give a shit. Alright, alright, wait, I don't remember. Alright. I'm going to mute him, because he was muted before, and I'm going to change his nickname to Faggot Loser, okay? There we go. Woo, isn't that cool? I don't know if he can change it back or not. Anyways, it looks like Flyer wants to debate me. I will invite you to speak. Oh. It looks like Sinthe also wants to debate. Hello.
What's up? We're gonna debate.
Alright, what do you want to debate me on?
Strongest topic. Let's go. Pick either. Pick any position. Pick any proposition.
I will pick the position that, trans women are women. That's my position. There.
Your position is that trans women are women?
Yes.
Okay. So when you say women, what do you mean by that?
I'm talking about the social categorization.
You're talking about the social categorization as what?
The way we categorize people in society as in terms of gender identity, right? The
Yeah,
way
that would be.
It's a set of expectations, right? So the category of man has a set of expectations, whereas the category woman has a different set of expectations. Now, being
So what
in
I'm asking is what are the necessary and sufficient conditions that to be a woman? Not like what are some associations we have with it? Because there are associations
to
we have
identify
with the
as one.
name
It's somebody who identifies as one,
as identifies as one. What?
as a woman. If you identify
What
as
are
a
they?
woman, then you're a woman.
What are they identifying as?
A woman, I just told you. They're
Yeah,
identifying
and when
with...
you say a woman,
so
there you
when
mean
they identify as a woman, they identify with a certain set of characteristics, right?
Wait, they're identifying. I thought they're identifying as a woman.
Sorry, I didn't mean to say characteristics. I meant to say expectations. Certain set of
I
expectations.
thought they're identifying as a woman, and a woman is not defined by the expectations, but just by the identity. So they're identifying as somebody who identifies
Well-
as somebody who identifies as.
Well, no,
circularly?
they identify as... Well, no. Identifying as a woman means that you want to be perceived a certain way by society in terms of the expectations, right? Whether or not you adhere to those expectations is a whole a different
Wait, so
sort of...
So to identify as a woman is what exactly? What are you identifying as?
Well, you're identifying with the social category that has a certain set of expectations. You're identifying with set expectations. You would rather...
What is the category is woman, right? And to be part of the category, you identify as such, and that's what the definition of the word woman is. A woman is somebody who identifies as a woman. So if I get that right?
Yeah. Yes.
And the word woman in
means...
the definition also means somebody who identifies as a woman, right?
It's somebody who it is the feminine archetype, I guess you could say, in society, right? Whereas man would be the masculine archetype with their expectations and whatnot, respectively, right? Now that doesn't mean you have to adhere to them. For instance, it means that you, I guess, orbit around them, but you can do what you want with them. For instance, a femboy can still be a man, but they have they identify with the category man, but they take those expectations and I guess do the opposite. They take them, but then go against them. But they're still
So how are you
using
taking
those
them at all?
expectations.
It's not clear to, like, how are you taking them, right? How are you taking the expectations?
So, for instance, a femboy who identifies as a man might take the expectation of dressing like a man and flip it on its head, right? By dressing like a woman.
What does it mean to take the
right?
expectation is what I'm trying to figure out. Like, what does that mean
I
to take the
suppose
expectation?
so. I suppose taking the expectation as in identifying with the category, right? The social category that has expectations attached to it, right? But then taking those expectations and then going against them.
So I'm not, look, what I'm trying to figure out is what do you mean when you say taking the expectation? And you just described it as when you take the expectation, right? Like it's just circular again.
I don't know if I don't know if I would describe it as just taking the expectation, right? You can take the expectation and do. When I say take the expectation, I don't mean you're literally like taking the expectation out of a hat, right? I mean that you are acknowledging the expectation so that you can do the opposite of it, right? So if the expectation is that men wear a suit and a tie, you would acknowledge that and then do the opposite of it by wearing a skirt and thigh highs, right?
Yeah, but as as a trans woman, right? If I acknowledge there's an expectation for me to act as though act as men do, does that mean that I'm identifying as a man? That wouldn't make any sense. Yeah, as a trans woman, so I could take the expectation, I could acknowledge the expectation is how you describe taking the expectation, right? I can acknowledge that I have an expectation to act like a man and then not do so, right?
Wait, no, that's right? Well, hold on. No, the expectation, right? If you identify as a trans woman, right, you would be taking on the expectations of woman, or at least that would be the goal, right? Now, some people might not see you.
I've got the expectation. I've got an expectation to act like a man as a trans woman, right? That's the expectation I've got socially, right? Because society is pretty transphobic.
Well, yeah, but that's not the way it should be, right? In terms of how it should be, society.
Well, I'm not talking about how things should be. I'm talking about how things are. Like, are trans women, not should trans women be women?
Well, no. In terms of so you believe that whether or not the identities of trans women are valid, or whether or not trans women are women, is dictated by a plurality?
No, I'm saying based on your definition, it would be, because yours is based on expectation. Yeah, but yours is based on expectation.
Well, I believe that in terms of the category, right? The category itself, maybe not the people in the category, but the category itself has a certain set of expectations, and there's a view that society has on the category of woman, right? There's like a certain set of characteristics that are stereotypically.
Yeah, but what we're trying to figure out is what is the set of necessary and sufficient conditions to be part of the category? And you were saying it's identifying as the category. And then I asked, what does it mean to identify as the category? Then you said it was when you take on the expectations and acknowledge them.
I suppose it would also mean to view yourself internally as said category, right? Now, how we
so if a trans woman says that she doesn't feel like a real woman, that would mean that she's not a real woman?
Well, no, that would just be internalized transphobia, right? That wouldn't be.
Yeah, but she doesn't view herself internally as the category.
Well, she would. That's why she's a trans woman, right? She would. What you just described there is a something that she has learned from society, right? She has learned to view herself in a more negative light, right?
Well, that's the cause, but that doesn't mean that the effect doesn't exist, right? So saying that this is the cause for the effect doesn't mean the effect doesn't exist. So if I say something like a trans woman, if I say you're a woman only in virtue of the fact that you identify as such, somebody could be like, wow, I really wish I was a woman, but unfortunately I'll never be a real woman, and I don't think I'm a real woman, right? And somebody like this, to you would say that person's not a woman. Because that person isn't a woman.
I suppose then I could, okay. All right, fine, fair enough. I'll change the definition a little bit for the sake of argument to identifying as a woman or desiring to be a woman.
Desiring to be a woman?
Yes.
So what if somebody's in a position where if they don't identify as a woman, they'll be killed, and they desire to be a woman just for the sake of not being killed, right? They're totally agnostic on gender, but that's the reason.
Well, that would be an instance of being coerced into it, right? Being
Yeah, it's
coerced
a
into it
coerced
is not the
source of a desire.
same. Well, that's not the same as genuinely wanting it, right?
What does it mean to genuinely want it?
To have a preference for being identified as and referred to as a woman.
Yeah, so if I'm like
having the preference in of itself, right?
Like our drag queens have a preference to be identified as and referred to as women in the context of being a drag queen, but that doesn't mean they temporarily become a woman, right? They don't.
No,
they're not
not
women.
necessarily, but I'm talking more in terms of how they're how people interact with them in general, right? In terms of how they're perceived, not when they're performing,
But you don't care
in
about
their
the perception socially.
in their day-to-day life.
Well, yeah, but you
Wait,
don't care
what?
about the perception. Yeah, you don't care about the perception socially, right? Like that wouldn't matter. That wouldn't make somebody any less of a woman.
Correct.
Like if somebody's like a drag queen and they want to do it like 24/7, that wouldn't make them a woman. Right? They're like, I want people to
Correct.
see me as,
Yeah.
yeah.
That's what I'm saying is they don't have the desire to be a woman, right? But a trans woman does.
No,
So
they have
that's
the
why
desire
that
to be
they-
seen as a woman, which is what your
Okay, but-
qualification was earlier. Are you
But
just saying
wait,
like the
I
desire to-
I thought I said the desire to be seen as or to be a woman. Maybe
You know what? What is it when you say the desire
Sure,
to be a woman?
maybe the issue there was I used the word or.
If you use the word "or," I would get it. But you're saying the desire to be a woman?
Well, yeah, the desire to
what
be
is
a
it?
woman.
Okay, so when you're saying a woman is somebody with a desire to be a woman, do you see the circularity?
Well, every word is circular, right, in terms of its definition. For instance, take the word cool, for example. What does it mean to be cool? You can say, oh, well, it's rad,
Yeah,
right?
I mean,
But
you
all
don't
you
have to
can
be
do is find
I don't
synonyms.
think it's circular. No, it's not
You
going
don't
to be.
think
It's
it's
not going to be
circular?
circular. No, it's going to be a semantic prime, right?
Wait, how? How is
Yeah,
the word
so-
cool not circular?
Yeah, because you don't define the word "cool" with the word "cool." You say like, "I know it when I see it," right? There's no circularity in that definition. It's just that it's ostensive, right? So I
Wait,
can
why
say
can't
like,
you... So wouldn't you apply that same line of logic to the word woman? Why is
no,
that
I think
categorically
that
different?
I think that the term "cool" is not of it's not of value or importance. I think that having a consistent definition for something a woman does matter. Saying that, like, what's cool is like totally arbitrary and subjective, and there's not really a true cool, right? Like that's
don't
fine
think-
there.
Well, I don't think that there is a true, objective, 100%
No, I didn't
consistent
ask
definition of woman,
objective.
right?
I'm not.
Right,
Hold on,
well,
you're confused. I'm
well,
not
that's the
asking
thing,
for
is
an
it's
objective
a-
definition of woman. Well, hold
Right,
on.
but it's
you're
a
confused by what I was saying.
but it's a social
Well, you're confused by what I was
categorization.
saying, right? The
I
term
think I
cool
might
is-
have been.
Yeah, the term "cool" is a social fiction, right? That means that there's nobody who's actually cool. We just play along with people being cool, right? Not to say there's nobody who's actually subjectively cool, right? You can be actually subjectively or actually objectively something. But what I'm telling you is like it doesn't matter if the definitions are subjective because the ontology is objective, right? Like we would say that like, do you think that a woman is just a fiction? There's nobody
I
who's actually a
believe-
woman?
Well, no, not necessarily. Just because something is a social construct doesn't mean it's real.
Well, I said a fiction, not a construct.
What do you mean by a fiction? Could you elaborate?
Yeah, like so the law is an example of a social fiction. So for example, when we say that like X is illegal, we basically mean that like X is something that you can't do according to the law. So like in the same way that we would say something like Spider-Man can swing from webs according to the fiction of Spider-Man, according to the comic books, right? It's not actually the case that Spider-Man can swing from webs. If we said that Spider-Man lives in New York, that would be false. You go around New York, you'll never see Spider-Man, right? Spider-Man is from Queens, that would be false. You go around Queens, you never see Spider-Man, right? But in the comic books, according to the fiction, Spider-Man lives in Queens. So social fictions work the same way. We say according to some standard, this is the case, but actually, it's not really the case, right? It would be false to say it's the case. Just like it would be false to say something like if like for example, if somebody says something like you can't murder other people. Well, yeah, of course you can't, right? But according to the law, you can't murder other people, right? So it's a social fiction, right? We just
Okay,
play
so-
along with that. And if you say that a
Okay.
woman's a social fiction, that means that like trans women aren't actually women.
Okay, so, well, I don't think that that's a social fiction, right? It's not a false belief that trans women are women, right? But the same way that, it wouldn't, like, let's say somebody, is a fan of, I don't know, the Green Bay Packers, okay? Somebody is a Green Bay Packers fan, right? Would you say that that's a social fiction? Would you say that Green Bay Packers fans aren't real?
No, I think if you're a Green Bay Packers fan, it's not based on identifying as one.
What is it based on?
Based on if you like watching the Green Bay Packers.
And
So
what if
you could like I could lie about being a
woman?
Green Bay Packers. I could lie about being a Green Bay Packers fan, right?
Sure, you could.
Well,
Somebody
the issue,
can
the
lie
difference,
about being a woman, but that doesn't mean
yeah,
that
no, the difference between
trans
those
women
two
are
is,
women.
sorry, the difference between those two is I said a Green Bay Packers fan is somebody who likes watching the Green Bay Packers. Or the Green Bay Packers. If I said a Green Bay Packers fan was somebody who likes being a Green Bay Packers fan, then they would have the same issue, which is the circularity.
Okay, so wait, hold on. So okay, I see what you're saying. In terms of okay, so a Green Bay Packers fan is somebody who likes watching the Green Bay Packers, right? So I guess the it would be that would be analogous to a woman liking being perceived as a woman in society, I guess.
A woman likes being perceived as what in society?
As womanly, feminine.
As feminine?
Well, that's one of the things.
Femboys. Well, yeah, but
well,
that would be an
not
issue because
necessarily
femboys like
just
being
as
perceived as
feminine.
feminine.
Not just as feminine, but being perceived as a certain as being
Not
a
even
part of
feminine,
a
'cause
certain
you could be-
archetype, right?
Somebody could want to be a masculine woman, right? And they still be a woman.
That's true.
Yeah,
But
so
yeah,
it's
but
nothing
they
to do with
still
feminine.
they still want to be categorized a certain way, right?
Mm-hmm. They want to be categorized as a certain thing being
woman. They want to be categorized
well, that's a
as
circle
woman.
again.
Wait, so why shouldn't they be categorized as a woman? What utility does it serve to not categorize them that way?
Well, it actually seems like there's no utility it does serve because it seems like you're not actually categorizing them at all. Like if all you're saying when you say that like you categorize somebody as X is that some definition which includes the label X, right? And there's no categorization going on at all. It's like an empty label. It doesn't have any meaning to it.
Wait, not necessarily. The meaning to it would be, okay, here is the set of expectations, the way you would like to be perceived by society, or the way that you perceive yourself, right? That's really what it boils down to, right? Sure, it's going to be
yeah, but that's
arbitrary
not
to
going to be a
extent.
difference between the definition of man and woman. Well, yeah, what's the definition? What's the difference between man and woman?
They have a different set of expectations, and they are a different. It's a different sort of archetype, I guess you could say, in terms of the way that
Yeah, what's the difference between the archetypes?
well, one has expectations that are of certain traits, I guess you could say. Not necessarily traits that are obligatory, but ones that you would generally expect to see in said archetype, right? So the expectation for a woman would be that, okay, for instance, oh, women wear dresses type of thing, or as opposed to a man who wears a suit, right? Now, you can go against those expectations and still identify in the category that where you're
What I'm
going
trying to
against
figure out
its
is what are you even
expectations.
identifying as? Like,
Well,
what's
you'd
even
be
being identified
identifying-
as?
Well, you'd be identifying as the gender that you
A
would...
woman?
Yeah, you'd be identifying as a woman.
Yeah, but what does that mean? Right, so it seems like we keep going back to like it's like this archetype that's like viewed as a certain way and has these expectations, but like I'm trying to figure out, like if we lived in a society, would it be like a contradiction in terms to say we could live in an alternative society in which like the expectations of men and women were flopped? Like would that not be, would that be like a contradiction of terms for you?
Well, we don't live in that society in terms of...
Yeah, I'm saying would it be a contradiction in terms to imagine that we did? Like, could we imagine a society that's like that?
I mean, we could imagine it.
Okay, so then the definition of man and woman is not defined in virtue of, like, whether or not you're expected to wear dresses or such, because men could be expected to wear dresses, right? And women could be expected not to. And all of the expectations could be flopped. So what makes the men men and the women women?
So, well, the whole reason that gender even exists in the first place, right? It's
There we go.
derivative of biological sex, even though it's not, right? So generally,
But it's
right?
derivative
So
of biological
without-
sex, even though it's not derivative of biological sex?
No, I said
I'm
even though it
confused.
isn't, even though it's not biological sex itself.
Oh, okay, that's interesting.
Yeah. So while I am a gender abolitionist, right, I think it would be too soon to get rid of gender, and the reason is because if we were to get rid of gender as we know it, I suppose, right, we wouldn't actually be getting rid of gender. People would just go back to categorizing, using the two categories of male and female that correspond with biological sex, right? Rather than the way people would rather identify, right? Which forces people to adhere to boxes that they don't want to have to adhere to.
So to be a man is to be part of the social category, the job role that's assigned to people who are male, and to be a woman is to be part of the social category of people who are assigned to the job role, which is female.
No, more often than not, right? People will identify with their with the gender assigned at birth, right? So they'll the gender that corresponds, like most people have a gender that corresponds with their sex and are fine being categorized that way, right? But there are some exceptions to that, right? And those exceptions should be able to choose to be a part of the other category socially, right?
Sorry, so I'm still trying to figure out what do you mean when you say man? Because it doesn't seem like we've provided a definition if that's not it. Like let's say I say woman, right? I'm gonna write I'm gonna write the checklist of boxes out. Is there a way you can give me the checklist of things that you have to do to be a woman without say using the word woman?
I'd say, well, first of all definitions are going to be circular to an extent, right? The entirety of a language, right, is going to be self-referential, is it not?
Why?
Because we only have so many words, right? Okay, so
yeah, but why can't some words just be defined ostensibly or undefined?
Wait, what?
Why can't some words just be defined purely through example and some words just be purely undefined? Like, why do they have to bottom out in another word?
Wait, they don't have to.
Then there's no circularity.
Wait.
Right, I could just say, look, if I said something like, this word does not have a further definition, then it doesn't have a circular definition, does it?
Well, okay, so wait, hold on. So if I were to say a woman is somebody who identifies as such, right? I don't know.
As such?
That's just
and
somebody...
by such, you mean woman, right?
Sure.
Okay, so it's just going to be circular still, right? It's just conceptually circular.
Okay, so can you define what a chair is?
I think it's a semantic prime, and is learned ostensibly. Like, you just look at a bunch of examples of chairs, and you build up the intuition for it. There's not like
you build up the intuition for it. Okay, wouldn't that?
Yeah,
why can't that apply? So why can't that?
Well, because that wouldn't be circle. That wouldn't be a circle, right?
Okay, but why can't that apply to woman?
It could. It's just not the definition you get.
Let's say. Okay, so let's say, because I don't think that there's one solid definition of woman, right? I think that there's more.
Before we move on,
right?
I want to make it clear that like definitions, not all definitions are circular. Even the definition of chair is non-circular. The definition I just gave you is like it's learned ostensibly, right? It's like their example. If I wanted to give you a definition of chair, I would just point to a bunch of chairs, right? I would never say chair, right? I would say a chair is, and start pointing to things.
Sure.
Right.
I suppose that that woman would be in reference to in reference to somebody intuitively, like it's something that you intuitively understand about yourself, right? It's something that you intuitively sort of get a vibe for. If we're gonna go with that line of
it's just a vibe. Like it's
it's something. Yeah, it's like
a woman.
Like
if I get the vibe, they're a woman.
Well, no, it would be based on whether or not they get the vibe internally, right? They see themselves that way or feel that a certain way, right? It's really just. Okay.
Well, how do we? Well, we're probably just engaging in private language then. Like if I say that I'm a woman, and somebody else says they're a woman, and we're only talking about our internal like feelings and states, the chance of those being the same thing are basically zero.
Well, no, it's the way you see yourself relative to society, right? And terms created by society.
Yeah, that's going to be different for each person.
Correct, it is. Yeah.
So
I agree.
Okay, so so when two people both say like I am a woman, they're actually not talking about the same thing.
Well, they could be.
When they say the
talking
word
about
woman.
maybe their view, and there are times where maybe they're not.
Isn't the chance
right?
astronomically low that they are?
I guess it depends on what you mean by same, right? If we're talking about like it has to be.
Well, I mean identical.
Okay. Identical. I don't think they would be identical, right? So some people might see woman differently from other people, right? So for instance, if you look at the definition of woman, and maybe they have a different word for it, but it's the same archetype, right?
Hold on. So when you say woman, you probably mean something different than the average trans woman does when she says woman. Like obviously not like every single trans woman, right? If you're a trans woman, you'd be an example or something. But like when you say a woman, and any other particular trans woman says woman, the chance of you guys meaning the same thing are basically zero, right? You almost definitely have different definitions.
Well, I think that the definitions are probably going to be similar, right? Now, are they going to be
similar but different,
so
right?
Exactly. Well, yeah. How people see
so when you say woman,
people's conception, people conceptualizing what a woman is going to be very, that's going to be different on a case by case basis, right? How I see the category woman might be different from how you see it in terms of what I view the expectations to be. For instance, I might view some expectations as more or less important than you do, right? So there would be emphasis there, right? Somebody who, is a super religious person might have a stronger, more rigid set of expectations, whereas you or I might have a much larger box that's more encompassing, I guess you could say, of different characteristics.
So when you say woman, the definition that you mean internally, it's like incommunicable. The definition that you mean by woman is one that'll be slightly different from the definition that a trans woman says that she actually fits to when she says she's a woman, correct?
I think everyone has a slightly different understanding of it. Yeah, sure. I can go with that, yeah.
Okay. So then trans women don't fit your definition of woman.
Well, they do.
That would deductively follow from the last statement. Right?
I see. Okay, I see what you did. Okay. Well, it's not a matter of whether or not they fit my definition of woman. It's whether or not they fit their own definition of woman, right?
Well, when you say they're a woman, you're the one invoking the term woman.
Well, I'm saying that because that because they define themselves as women. I believe that they fit under their own definition. Do they not?
Of course, they fit under their definition, right? No, the claim isn't that they're lying, right? The claim is just that when you say woman, right, they don't fit under your definition. And if they don't fit under your definition, then you would be saying they're not a woman.
Well, no, because my definition is not somehow superior to all other definitions. That's not what I'm saying.
No, it's just the one you're invoking. No, there's not superiority, right? The definition is substitution.
I'm saying that they are women according to what their own standard, I guess.
Yeah, but when you use the term woman, you're invoking your definition, right? Like when I use the term toaster, I'm invoking my definition. No, you're the one speaking.
I'm invoking the way that they identify, right?
Are you puppeteering them?
Well, no, I'm saying that in terms of how they identify, right? They identify as women, right? So I believe that if you identify yourself,
yes, but
to
your
be a
term
woman.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
but your term woman doesn't mean the same thing theirs does.
No, but there's overlap and they're very similar, right?
Yeah, but that's not really what matters. Like, there's overlap between the definitions of cat and dog, right?
Right, but there's a lot more overlap, right? So let's say, my definition is really, really, really close to the definition of some trans people, right? But there's some slight caveats, right? In terms of, I view this expectation as slightly more prominent because I grew up in this kind of area where it was deemed to be important, right? Or whatever, right?
So
that doesn't make them less of a woman, right? That just means we have a different understanding of the term
it would make them
right?
less of one. It would just make them not one.
No, because we're talking
you
about
have a different understanding of the term. That's true. Look, you have a different understanding of the term.
Just because I have a different understanding,
when you invoke a term, when you invoke a term, you're speaking your language. You're not like puppeteering them. You're the one speaking. So anytime you invoke a term, it's invoked through your definition.
Sure, but just because my definition isn't 100% accurate and the end-all be-all does not mean that I can't, respect the way people want to be categorized.
Accurate?
Right?
How can a definition be inaccurate?
Wait, what?
How can a definition be inaccurate? Like accurate to what standard?
What do you mean in terms of?
I mean, how you said the definition wasn't 100% accurate.
Not necessarily.
How can the definition not be 100% accurate?
So, well, I guess I wouldn't say. I don't know if I would use the word inaccurate, actually. Maybe I'll take that back. Maybe I'll say consistent with other people's definitions, right? But
no definition
because they're
so that's not like important.
Right. So the way let's go back to the example of, okay, what does it mean to be cool, right? Some people are going to have a different understanding of what is or isn't cool, right? So for instance, if you're but
nothing's actually cool, right? There's nothing that's really cool. Because it just like doesn't mean anything. Like a fiction, right?
I don't know if I would say that it's, I don't know if I would say it's fiction. Right? I would say that there are people that are
fiction?
Well, I'd say that there are people that are considered to be cool, right? It's a
they're considered to be. Yeah, but that doesn't just because they're considered to be doesn't mean they are actually cool.
So you don't think that anyone can be cool? You can only be perceived as such?
It's just like it's a fiction. Yeah.
I disagree.
Nobody's like really cool. You can't like pick up the fucking the cool particle or something and like read up the coolness off of them. It's like nobody's really cool.
I mean, people say, but when we refer to certain people who act in a certain way, right? We might say they are cool, right? Would we not?
You might say that, yeah, and you would also say Spider-Man lives in Queens.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he doesn't actually live in Queens.
I mean, I guess it depends on that. Like, are you saying that a cool person isn't cool? Like, what are you? Like, that doesn't...
Yeah, I'm saying it's a social fiction. Nobody's actually really cool. Like, nobody's genuinely fucking factually cool. It's just a social fiction.
I don't think that gender is like a factual, like, oh, everybody is it's not a concrete type of thing, right? It's a way we categorize each other, right? If humans didn't exist, gender wouldn't exist, right?
We can categorize people in a way that's non-fictional. Like, there are non-fictional categorization systems.
Sure, but we're talking about something that wouldn't exist if humans didn't exist, right? Gender
something that
can't
wouldn't exist if... Yeah, that's fine, right? That's not going to be an issue. Like, chairs can't exist if humans don't exist. Bridges don't exist if humans don't exist.
Sure. I suppose, yeah. Well, no, 'cause if humans ceased to exist, like, let's say we went extinct tomorrow, the chairs we made wouldn't magically disappear.
Yeah, no, that's because humans did exist in the past. But if you want to go with an example of something that like requires humans to actively exist, you could use like I don't know, something that requires upkeep, like the internet or something. Right? The internet, if every human died, the internet would go offline almost instantly. Right? Like we wouldn't have an internet anymore. But that doesn't mean
maybe for all we know, maybe an alien species makes the internet.
Well, the same exists for all the gender stuff too. I think the alien species could also have gender.
Maybe.
So that's going to be like a symmetry breaker. Both, like, obviously things can be made man-made and be factual. Every single factual statement so far that we've encountered has been man-made. So like being factual and being man-made aren't at odds. In fact, they're in correspondence.
Sure, but we're talking about like, I think that there's a difference between physical inventions or whatever, things that physically exist versus things that we socially and intuitively understand to exist, right? I think that there's
like math. I still think 2 + 2 factually equals 4.
Well, I would agree, right?
Yeah, and that's like objectively true.
Yeah,
it's not subjectively true.
I agree.
So it's not a fiction. Yeah, so
right.
That's not going to be a social fiction. So just because humans have made something doesn't mean that it's a social fiction.
Okay, so all right. I mean, sure, but humans made the term cool, right? And you say that is
that one's a social fiction. Yeah.
So
yeah, you're forming the concept. So it's if I say something like if you are an elephant, then you are an animal. That doesn't mean that if you are an animal, then you are an elephant. That should be backwards.
Sure. Yeah.
All elephants are animals. Not all animals.
Okay.
Are elephants.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure. All right. Yeah. Because otherwise, yeah, you would have been contradicting yourself. Okay. I'd say that. Fuck. I've lost my train of thought. I have terrible attention span. Where were we?
Okay, Femyoz 32 zeros, now Femyoz 32 1. Let's fucking go.
Fuck you. I see how it is. I'm not changing the thumbnail. I'm lazy.
It's all good. No, like obviously, trans women are women. it's really funny because there are like a lot of like really niche philosophical arguments that I think the conservatives could be making that actually kind of would they kind of would be difficult to deal with, but they're also fucking stupid. They're never going to. So yeah, obviously trans women are women.
Yeah.
There are some like there's trickiness to any debate about fucking language use. Like what are we even trying to do when we create a definition, right? Like what is that? What's the point of that? And we can get to some possible things that seem like they're the point, and then we think about them for a second, and it seems like that can't be the point. So like, all it ends up, any definition debate like this is going to be like wildly complicated, semantics filled, and like linguistic philosophy filled. Maybe it's just a huge pain in the ass. But conservatives are really dumb. Luckily,
yeah, I was just about to say conservatives hate things like literary analysis, right? Like they can't stand that shit because that like requires thinking abilities which they don't have, right?
True.
So it's like having a linguistic debate with most conservatives is really easy. Like it's like all I have to do is be like have like the most basic dialogue tree and a vague understanding of how language works, and then I win. Hoo-ha, the whole world works, right?
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, you've heard my line before, which is like the social archetype stuff. That's my definition for the woman thing is like a woman is the feminine social archetype, and then I analogize this to a job role, and that's the way I explain it. Usually, it's just a job role. There are tasks that we have that we say that the job role generally does, but obviously you don't have to do that. And we assign the job role. Historically, we've assigned it based on sex, and we can assign it based on non-sex characteristics as well. And the analogy is like just the job role stuff. So like obviously you can just be a bad lawyer, right, and never take any cases.
But
you could be a bad lawyer, not have. Yeah, exactly. You could never take any cases, or you could like not have passed the bar, or any condition you think is like a part of the task set of things you have to do if you're a lawyer. Turns out you actually like can be a lawyer without doing those. You just get hired on as a lawyer. You've been assigned the task. Like once you're hired on as some job, you've got the job, right? Even if it's the case that you never show up and do anything, you still got the job. You'll still you won't be lying if you print a business card out with that job on it. Same is true for like woman or man, right? Feminine social archetype, masculine social archetype. Historically, they've been categorized based on the sexes. You don't have to be that sex to be that though. Like it's just
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I think yeah, if I had argued more about if I had brought up gendered expectations in the context of, well, this is like a role that you're given in society, and some people don't want that role. They don't want to have to deal with that, right? Because if you go against the expectations of that role, that can be perceived differently than if you do the same actions. If you aren't categorized that way, right? Mm-hmm. It will be so. For instance, a woman who is loud and speaks up might be seen as bitchy, right? But if a man does it, then they're based, right?
True.
So it's
they're like dominant and sigma or like alpha.
Yeah, exactly.
Like if any man had acted the way that Hillary Clinton did, instead of being seen as like the weird sociopathic freak that she is, people would be like, "Oh my god, he's so sigma. He's like literally just like just like Patrick Bateman."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, I don't know. Once it gets like really abstract, then it's like, okay, then it becomes like less about who's right, and it's like, okay, who is more rhetorically effective, right? So because like I could tell that because you as soon as I brought up, oh well, this is more beneficial for trans people to be categorized this way. Like I noticed you were able to sort of move away from that, right? I kind of want to get back to that, yeah. Because obviously you can't make a utilitarian argument for why they shouldn't be categorized that way, right? That would be silly.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, so it's like, and that was an approach I was gonna take, was making it a utilitarian argument, but you effectively moved away from that because there were other things you would say that I had to respond to.
Exactly.
But
yes.
Yeah.
Anyways,
Anyways,
good debate.
That was fun.
Good debate.
Yeah, good debate indeed.
We gotta get some. Look, there are other people who are watching the stream. You guys need to be in the Femyoz Discord so you can debate Femyoz.
Oh hell yeah!
Because otherwise, I'm gonna start like picking topics out of a hat to make this stream lively.
Oh hell yeah!
Let's fucking. Well, let's see. Let's go ahead and chatters. If you say a random proposition, as long as it doesn't include the N-word, I got you. If you guys don't like ASAP pick some random shit out, I'm gonna pick some random shit out. And I'm gonna force Femyoz to debate on if the Earth is flat or not.
Oh god. I don't think I've ever engaged with a flat earther before.
Well, get fucking ready, Globehead, because here's your chance.
God.
Yeah, I mean,
as soon as you say, I feel like I already know how this is gonna go. All right, it'll start out with me saying things that everybody knows, but then you find a way to make it about math and physics, and then you use math equations that I don't know what the fuck they mean, and shit like that, and then talk about concepts that I obviously haven't learned. I guarantee that's what this is gonna be. You're gonna make it about physics and math, because I'm terrible at both of those things.
No, that's true. That's a classic Globehead problem, is like not understanding physics or math. Like that's the reason so many Globeheads will say shit like, "Oh, gravity couldn't work on a flat Earth." Right? Like gravity couldn't work because
I've heard that, and it's like even I'm like, okay, that's a fundamental misunderstanding of the flat Earth worldview, right? It's like, at least acknowledge that, oh, okay, but they obviously understand that there is some sort of force that makes you go downwards towards the surface of the Earth, right? Like they're not unaware of that fact, right? They just believe that it acts differently, right? They don't think it's the same.
Well, yeah, exactly. Like there's not like we can like LARP or whatever about like, oh, the gravitational wave, but like we've yet to detect the gravity. So all of the other fundamental forces, we've detected the particles for them, but for some reason, the one that's necessary for your model, we haven't detected. Curious. Now, when you take into account what the flat Earth model says, right, the unintuitive thing about the flat Earth model is that the Earth would have to continuously accelerate upwards, right? If you want to continuously have 9.8 meters per second squared of gravity, you have to have 9.8 meters per second of acceleration. And this is totally in line with the flat Earth worldview. Now, somebody might say something like, oh, but like, if it accelerates that fast, at the speed of light, wouldn't it eventually hit the speed of light? But not with general relativity, right? We understand that the local sense of acceleration, as you get closer and closer to the speed of light, you will indefinitely be able to feel as though there's 9.8 meters per second per second. So I don't know, I'm looking around, all the physics stuff, it seems to line up with the truth of the flat Earth, and thus the truth of the Bible.
Okay, so what force would be causing it to accelerate in the first place?
Yeah, so it's just God.
And can you prove that your God exists? Okay, go for it.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, so if we look around the worlds that actually exist, we'll see that it's fine-tuned for life, and there are a small handful of physical constants which are responsible for the world being the way it is. If any of these were even slightly different, there would be no world. So the chance of God not existing is basically zero.
What you're failing to account for is the fact that the universe is, well, as far as we're concerned, infinitely large, so it would actually be statistically unlikely for there to not be life anywhere in the universe, right?
No, the physical constants are uniform across the universe.
Well, sure, the physical constants are, but that doesn't mean that, that does not mean that your God is the correct one, right?
Well, it seems like we're pivoting. We're saying that, like, there could be life in some parts of the universe. Right, obviously, if the physical constants were different, there couldn't be.
I mean, maybe not, but we don't know why the physical constants exist, right? You're just presupposing.
Well, I'm saying that the chance of it existing randomly is basically zero.
How would you come to that conclusion?
Just math, right? So what we have is a handful of physical constants. If any of these were even slightly divergent, like even 1% divergent from what they are, we wouldn't have a universe at all. Not like we would have a universe which is different, but we just wouldn't have one, right? We'd have, like, universe would, at the point of the Big Bang, collapse into a black hole, then, like, Hawking radiate away.
So, first of all, well, that would be, so for all we know, right, there could be, you know, I'm not a physics expert or a math expert, or an expert on astronomy, but...
Yeah, because you think the Earth is a sphere, so of course you're not.
Ah, yes, as we all know, the professional astronomers think that the Earth is flat.
Look, all of the good ones do.
All the good ones. Like who?
Yeah. Me.
Ah, I see.
No.
So, oh god, where was I going with this? I was gonna say something and I forgot.
I guess if you go far enough, you'll like fall off the edge. That's where you're going with it, off the edge.
Oh, right, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so where's the edge? Can you find it for me?
Sure. Yeah, if you want to travel south, you'll find it. But I thought we were saying that the physical constants. I thought we were saying something about the physical constants, like how like at some points in the universe maybe they're different or something, or like maybe life could exist even if they were different.
Yeah, I mean, sure. I mean, I suppose that it could be a completely different combination of physical constants, right? I don't know
If they were,
what those
there'd be no
physical
life.
constants would be, right? And for all we know, like this
The
could
vacuum
be
constant.
this could
so
be
on.
one of many universes that exist. I don't know if this is the only universe or maybe there's infinitely many. We don't know, right? There's no way
I
of
don't know. I
verifying.
feel like... Look, have you heard of Russell's teapot?
I have not.
Okay, atheists cite this to me all the time. It's called Russell's teapot. So like, yeah, it could be the case. There's an invisible pink teapot that's like orbiting around Mars. Could be. It's possible. But for any random thing that we posit exists, chances are more likely than not it doesn't exist. So there's no good reason to believe the invisible pink teapot. I don't know I'm gonna believe that. So if like somebody said there are millions and millions of invisible pink teapots all around us all the time and we just couldn't feel them, that'd be pretty unlikely. So the idea there are an infinite number of universes that all actually exist, I don't know. I think that believing in one God is a lot more parsimonious, a lot more simple, follows Occam's razor, as the atheists like to say, than believing in an infinite number of universes.
So, well, the reason why that's different is because an object randomly managing to form into the shape of a teapot, specifically, just by mere coincidence, and as well as being invisible, is very, 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 very unlikely.
So
Based on the fact that
universe.
physics. Wait, but there being infinitely many universes outside of this one does not it's not unlikely based on the laws of physics. Well, no, because
No, it's
those would
unlikely
exist
based on the
outside
fact there's
our.
no...
Well, no, that would exist.
It's unlikely
outside
based on
of
the
a realm
principle of sufficient
reality.
reason. Look, do you think that... Look, are you familiar with the principle of sufficient reason?
Could you explain it?
Yeah, in short, like if I wanted to give like a really, really short summary, just everything happens for a reason. For every effect, there's a cause. So I've yet to see a single example of an effect with no cause. If you can point me to one, I'll check it out. But so far, every single effect has seemed to have a cause. Be really
Okay.
strange if there was this infinite number of universes that all existed that had no cause.
And what's the cause of your God existing?
Probably some prior god, or probably God himself.
Yeah, but that's just that can go infinitely, right?
Yeah,
That's
it could.
just as that's
So it
just
could
as
be that there's a
illogical.
circular... Well, there's no logic. There's nothing illogical about saying that there's a circular amount of causation, or that there is an infinite chain of causation. Both of those seem fine to me. Like I see an issue with people who say there's just an effect with no cause behind it. That's an issue.
What
But
if
saying
the
that there's, like,
cause
a
of the
circle of
universe?
effects-
Well, what if the cause of the universe existing is the universe created itself?
The cause of the universe existing is the universe created itself?
Yeah.
How
Why
would it
would
do
that
that
be
with
different?
how would it do that with fine-tuned constants?
I don't know. How would your God do that?
Just by designing it.
Constant.
Just thinking
By
through
designing it. So
it. Yeah, just with intent, yeah.
well, and first of all, right?
The universe has intent, it would just be God.
and let's say, all right, let's say that there is a God, right? How would you know that your God
Why?
is?
It sounds like we're pivoting again.
Well, I'm asking how you would know that your God,
Well, then what if
created.
look, if you
not
concede
just-
that atheism is false and you want to figure out which kind of theism is true, then we can move over to
Well,
that.
no, I'm just more interested in doing a. I guess I don't know if I'd say it's an internal critique, but in asking you, okay, so let's say that there is a God, right? Well, how would you know? Like, but for all you know, that God could have just created the universe and then left, right? Or created the universe,
Yep,
but
deism is
didn't even
possible.
intend for life to exist, right?
Mhm.
So
Yeah, deism is certainly possible.
yeah, so wouldn't that go against your entire... Wait, if that's entirely possible, then wouldn't that go against your argument of a god making the Earth accelerate upwards?
No.
Why not?
No. Saying that like an alternative to the reality is possible doesn't mean that the reality isn't as it is. Like it would be possible for me to have gone to the store this morning as opposed to not going to the store. Turns out I didn't go to the store. Right? So saying
do you
it's possible to mean that it is the case.
So do you believe it's possible that the Earth is a globe?
It's certainly possible, but very unlikely.
Very unlikely. So how come you?
But it seems like we pivoted away.
Well, I was asking. But how come nobody has found the edge of the Earth? Can you explain that one?
Cool. We want to pivot again?
Sure.
Okay.
I just want to see how you address it.
Yeah, the reason that nobody's found the edge of the Earth is because it's very difficult to get to the edge of the Earth. It's very distant, and it's through a lot of ice.
Yeah, but you could just like fly an airplane over it.
You'd have to fly for quite a while, and oftentimes it's not the case that a consumer can fly an airplane.
Yeah, but like surely some rich person would have had their private jet go over the ice wall by now. No.
I don't think. Wait, I didn't say anything about a wall.
Right.
Where did a wall come into this?
Or you said that there was an ice wall, I think. Or what did you say?
No, I never said anything about a wall.
Okay, so wait. Alright, so in terms of there being the edge of the Earth, okay? What is at the edge of the Earth?
Yeah, look, I think there's like a colloquial, kind of like a jokey way of like describing there as being an edge, but I think it goes on infinitely.
Oh, so it's like an infinite plane. Then why hasn't anybody colonized these anything outside of what we already
would they?
What?
Like that's like saying, okay, you think there's an infinite universe, so why hasn't anybody colonized any of the other ones?
Well, we don't have the technical capacity to, but we would have the technical capacity to go, I don't know, to another continent that exists beyond. Or do you believe
it would have to be relatively close for us to do that? If it being like several fucking sizes of the Earth away, that would be kind of difficult to do.
Yeah, so you believe that it's like it's just like surrounded by a bunch of ocean, like kind of like the Xbox 360 worlds when you expand them from console edition. You know what I'm talking about, like where it's like the.
Mean.
All right.
Well, no, I'm not. Like I'm not a gamer. Like I don't play games. I don't tell jokes. I'm a Christian.
Yeah. Okay.
Actually, that's another problem that we have in our society is gamers like you. You cause a lot of massive amounts of violence. Through the promotion of and playing a video game. So that's a side point.
Okay. So wait, you just asserted your Christian
I think that.
God.
Yes. Yeah, I'm a Christian.
So, okay. So how have you logically come to the conclusion that out of all of the gods that have been depicted by humans, that your God is the correct one?
Because this one has the most evidence for it.
Like what? What evidence does it have for it?
The most amount of eyewitness testimony of any god.
So, the most amount of eyewitnesses. So, by eyewitnesses, do you mean somebody writing down in the Bible that there were people that saw it?
Nope, I mean people saying that they have divine experiences and that Jesus has come to them.
People saying that. So, how do you know that those experiences actually exist in the first place?
Nobody knows anything for sure. We could all live in the Matrix, but I'm just using it as evidence.
Well, hold on.
I know some God exists because of the argument I gave earlier that we couldn't deal with, right?
Aren't there plenty of people that have had the personal experience of similar personal experiences with Allah, for instance?
Mm-hmm.
Why do you believe in Christianity but not Islam?
Because I already told you the sheer number of people who are eyewitnesses for this God versus the other ones.
So if there were more eyewitnesses,
if you have 10 people who say they saw Femyoz stealing from the Victoria's Secret, and one person says they saw Sinthe stealing from the Victoria's Secret, who do you think people would believe?
Well, they would probably believe the 10, but that's not the same proportion, right? I'm pretty sure. Aren't there
more
Islamic people than Sorry,
Christians? They would believe the 10 that said what?
That said it was that it was me. But what I want to know is
that it was you who did what?
That did the stealing. Yeah,
stealing from where?
The store.
Which store?
I don't remember.
It's Victoria's Secret.
Oh, Victoria's Secret. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No, but the reason why that's a false equivalency
so wait, hold on.
is because
Let's try
there are
one more
more
time.
Muslims than Christians.
They would believe what? Hold on, before we move on. They would believe what?
No. They would believe that it's a false equivalency. That's what they would believe.
Answer the question. What would they believe?
They'd believe that you're equivocating two things that should not be equivocating.
Running away.
They would believe that this is that it's actually not equivalent, because if you think about it, right? I'm pretty sure, correct me if I'm wrong here, but there are more Muslims than Christians.
You're wrong.
I am. Do you have a
Yes.
source?
Sure.
Okay.
Global religion. The number of people who are Muslims is 23%. The number of people who are Christians is 31%. Largest religion in the world is Christians at 31%.
All right, I'll go verify that real quick.
Pew Research.
Okay. Pew Research percentage of people.
Yeah, you can go verify that, and you can also give Victoria's Secret a call back up and return the items you stole.
Yeah, I'll do that after I'm done streaming.
Okay.
Okay. Pew Research Center. So it looks like. So the first thing that came up was a. Hold on. Oh, okay, that's for the
Yup.
U.S. Wait, that's for the U.S.
Nope, global. Look up global.
All right.
Look up percentage of global population. There will be one that has 31% who are Christians.
Global
US will be like 80%.
Population. All right.
If you look up Google Images and type in global religion, you might actually just find it. It's like a little pie chart.
All right. All right. Okay. Yeah, you are correct. Yeah, I see the pie chart. I see the pie chart. All right, I'll give you that.
Atheists destroy.
Either way.
Oh my god.
So wait, what?
How will
Okay.
the atheists
So
ever
all right.
recover
So
from
whoa,
this brutal defeat?
Wait. I have a
How
question.
will the
I have a
atheists
question.
recover?
So
Oh, you got a lot
let's
of questions. You should be.
So-
The question you should ask me is, have I heard the good news about our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ? And the answer is yes.
No, what I'm gonna ask you is, what if let's say there was a like a Holocaust against the Christians, right? And then all the Christians died. Would Islam suddenly become the correct religion because there are more
No,
Islamic
that would
people?
be really strong evidence against Christianity. If God exists, I don't think he would let all the Christians die.
Yeah, so then you would stop believing in your God then if that happened?
Stop, I'd be dead.
Or well, I mean like
I
well,
stopped
let's say-
believing in
No, let's
everything.
say no, I mean like as in like you let's say you're an outside perspective, right?
Yeah.
Or
okay. Let's say
or
I'm not a
people don't
Christian.
know or people spare you because they don't realize you're Christian or some shit. I don't know. Then what?
Yeah.
Now there's less
Then what?
Christians in the world than Islamic people.
I
Now,
would-
do you
it would be
convert to
a-
Islam? Do you
It would be a
convert to
huge hit to
Islam?
my faith. It would be a huge hit to my faith if all of the Christians were murdered brutally. Yeah.
Would you convert to Islam?
I'm not sure.
Well, you see, I would personally, I mean, I've already done this, but I would, if I hadn't already, I would definitely convert to Pastafarianism. You see, it's like Christianity, but objectively better, okay? Like, your God has nothing on the flying spaghetti monster.
Yeah, look, the only reason that you'd be converting to Pastafarianism is because you're kind of obsessed with slurping noodles.
Maybe.
Got your gay ass. Destroyed.
Maybe. Maybe I do like
What?
slurping noodles. What about it?
What? What about? Oh, who? What about it? What about it indeed?
Yeah, what about it?
Curious.
Curious, huh?
Yeah, I
What
didn't think
evidence
that
do you have?
homosexuality is immoral.
What evidence do you have that the flying spaghetti monster doesn't exist?
Yeah, the fact that most pieces of spaghetti that we found so far have been non-sentient, non-flying. We've got a lot of
Okay.
examples of spaghetti.
Okay, well, the issue you're having right now is the flying spaghetti monster is not any ordinary spaghetti that you can just make. Okay, we're talking about metaphysical spaghetti, immaterial spaghetti, or stuff that exists
That doesn't matter.
outside of our realm of existence and comprehension. Yeah.
So you could say it's like really hard to understand the spaghetti or whatever, but just like normal and Bayesian evidentiary accounts are going to say that yes, spaghetti is generally not sentient. So for any particular piece of spaghetti, we'd expect it to not be sentient. So if the spaghetti created the universe, we would expect it to not be sentient spaghetti.
Okay, so wait, hold on. If we're
Yeah,
talking
you
about,
want- yeah, I bet you would want me to hold
wait,
on.
we're talking
Yeah, I
about
bet
the
you
flying
would.
spaghetti monster. We're talking about the
Yes.
flying spaghetti monster,
Yeah.
okay? The flying spaghetti monster is not the same as just spaghetti, okay?
Yeah, it's just a type of spaghetti, right?
For instance, according to Christianity, right? Most people are not, divine in the way Jesus Christ is. So by your own logic, Jesus Christ would just be a regular person, right?
No, it's just that
Yeah.
for Jesus Christ in particular, without any evidence, without any background evidence that like goes in favor of Jesus being correct, then yeah, we would expect Jesus to not be real. Then we have evidence. Look, the only pasta you need to
Evidence
be worried
where?
about is fucking fagioli, Femyoz.
Evidence
That's the pasta
where?
you should be worried about worshiping.
Evidence where?
Evidence in the Bible.
Evidence in the Bible. So the Bible is correct because the Bible says so?
No, the Bible is correct because we have background evidence in favor of the Bible.
Background evidence like what?
Like for example, the fact the vast majority of or the largest religion on earth is Christianity.
That's not evidence. That's just,
Of course that is.
there are more
That's
people that
eyewitness
believe this.
testimony.
So,
Yes, look, more people
Eyewitness
believing something is
testimony.
evidence. Yeah, look, more people believing some particular claim
you
is
have
going to be evidence.
so does that mean that Christianity is 33% correct, whereas Islam is 23% correct? Like what's...
No, it means from that piece of evidence alone, we should assume that with just that, the most likely religion to be correct is the one which is the largest, which is Christianity. Having the most people believe some particular fact is evidence in favor of it.
Wait,
It's not
most people
proof,
don't...
but it's evidence.
Well, less than 50% of the population believes in Christianity, okay?
Yes.
So there are more people that believe in not Christianity than Christianity. So wouldn't not Christianity be the correct
They believe
worldview?
Yeah, but they believe in a bunch of different particular subsections
Yeah, but
of
it's
not
not
Christianity,
it's not
most of which are not
Christianity.
atheists. I agree. They don't
It's
believe in
not
Christianity.
Yeah,
I agree. They don't believe
Yeah,
in
so if
Christianity.
most
We're looking
people
at it
don't
as-
believe in Christianity, wouldn't that mean that Christianity is incorrect?
No. Look, what it means
Think
is
about
that,
it. Well, that would be like if I were to be like,
confused
well,
on
you
evidence.
see, the reason that
you're
that
confused
Christianity...
about how evidence works. Look, so if I say, look, let's say we have 10 people, right? 4 people say Femyoz is the one who stole it from Victoria's Secret. And then one person says it was me, one person says it was Moxie. And then 2 other people say, like, I don't know, I'm trying to think of like more random individuals. One person says it was Finster, and then like another one says it was like I don't know, some other like random femboy. And they can't name the name. So most people in this scenario said it was not Femyoz, and yet the largest group is the one who's saying it's Femyoz. The strongest evidence we have is that it's Femyoz.
Yeah, but that's still weak evidence. At that point, that wouldn't be.
But it is okay. It's weak what?
Yeah, that would be weak
what?
evidence.
So wait, hold on, weak what?
You could say it's evidence, but it wouldn't be very
There
strong
we go.
evidence.
Okay, so you agree it's evidence.
I wouldn't be,
you just don't think it's strong.
But I wouldn't be. Well, yeah, it's not strong evidence, right?
So you were
my
wrong when you
standard
said it
would
wasn't
be
evidence.
guilty
You were
beyond a
wrong
reasonable
when you said it
doubt.
wasn't evidence.
Well, my standard for a criminal offense would be guilty beyond a reasonable doubt.
Yeah, your standard for a criminal defense. Yeah, I don't think you should be put in jail because like the 4 of the 10 people say that you stole from Victoria's Secret. I wouldn't even want you put in
because
jail
you can't actually
point blank for that crime.
Right.
But
because
look,
you're
our
not even
standards for
close to being certain.
look, I never said I was certain. I just said it's the most likely option.
Okay, but even if it was a likely option, let's say the most likely, more likely than the other religions, based on exclusively, the number of people, ignoring all of the instances in which Christianity contradicts itself, right? For instance, how could an all-loving God who loves everybody have the desire to send everybody to hell for eternal suffering?
Sorry, what part of the Bible says he desires that?
Well, he does it, does he not?
No, he doesn't send everyone to hell.
No, he sends some people to. And he does,
Yes, yeah.
Apparently
He does not send everyone to hell.
No, I never said that he did, but he does send some people
Why,
to hell for
why does an
eternity.
all-loving God have the desire to send everyone to hell for eternity?
Sorry, I didn't mean to say everyone, but a large group of people, I meant to say. I meant to say all the people that he does send to hell. Right? Why does he send all of those people to hell?
Walk it back. So the reason why he sends those people to hell is because they choose to go to hell. They refuse to accept Jesus. Yes, they refuse to accept Jesus into their heart.
Yeah, and then what if they change their mind? Then
If
what?
they change their mind? While in
what
hell?
if they change their mind while in hell, yeah.
Well, I've seen no part of the Bible that says if you change your mind in hell, you can't go to heaven.
Okay, so what if somebody doesn't want to go to what if someone just wants to not exist anymore, right? They're in hell and they're like, I put me out of my suffering, right? Why
Just don't
wouldn't
exist?
Yeah, make the soul magically disappear. I mean, you're God, you can do whatever you want, right?
Well,
why
yeah,
would it be beneficial
you
to
don't
make
have
them
like
suffer?
whatever option. They're not making them suffer. You could choose to
Or-
accept God with their heart and go to heaven.
Okay, so before they choose to accept God and go to heaven or whatever, why would they need to be kept in a place that is, well, torture, right? Why couldn't just make
where
a
is it?
neutral? So why couldn't he just make like a neutral place where he waits
Look,
for
because
them
by
to accept
definition,
him?
if you're separate from God, that'll feel like torture. Right? To be closed off from God feels like torture.
But if you're
It's not
God,
like
then
big
you don't.
demons and pitchforks. I don't know what you're on with like the torture stuff.
So what would the torture consist of then? It's
Being
eternal
separate from
suffering,
God.
right?
Being
Okay,
separate from
so-
God.
So that's eternal But if we're
That feels
referring
bad.
to
Yeah, you could choose to not look. If you're hitting yourself in the head with a hammer, you can't be like, oh my God, why didn't you like rush in
Okay,
and
but
stop
but
me?
it but
Like,
what
it's
it
your fault.
describes. Okay, but what it describes hell as is eternal suffering, not indefinite suffering until you choose to accept God. It's too late once you're in hell,
What
right?
it just it's eternal. It's eternal so long as you're not accepting God. Right? You can eternally suffer in hell until you choose to accept God into your heart.
So then what even is the point of what's the point of making these people, like these souls, experience these negative emotions of suffering for
They're not
eternity?
being I would rather exist and experience negative emotions than not exist at all.
Why?
If I exist and choose to feel bad, because obviously in the case of existence is mostly a net positive. Do you think you'd be better off if you were like if we aborted all babies and like killed everyone the moment they popped out of the womb or something?
Wait, hold on. Hold on. If by your own logic, right? What would be the point of believing
Here comes the trauma.
that atheists, go to hell and need to be converted to Christians when once they go to hell, they can be like, oh, looks like I was wrong, lol. I guess I'll just accept God.
I'd rather spare them from the hardship of being separate from God.
Yeah, but like, wouldn't that only last like 2 minutes or something shit? Like, what?
No. You'd go into hell, you'd suffer because you'd be cut off from God, right? Just as people suffer on earth because they're cut off from God and choose to continue to be cut off from God.
Wait, but if they're in hell, then they would know, oh, actually I was wrong. Atheism was wrong.
I thought there was
and
supposed to be a
God is right.
contradiction in Christianity. I'm not seeing the contradiction.
Well, I don't know. It just doesn't seem like a very loving thing for him to do. Nor was it very loving when he
didn't do
committed
it.
genocide, or had
we're moving
Moses
on?
commit genocide.
Okay, maybe we'll
And,
find a contradiction over here.
Well, I'm just saying, I'm just using examples of God not being very loving.
Okay, what's the
He's
so God's
a
not very
wrathful. He's a wrathful, hateful God, in my opinion.
why does being wrathful why does being wrathful and like purging the world of wrongdoers so that you can build a more perfect world, why is that not loving?
That's because it's genocide. Are you saying
Sorry,
genocide is loving?
what do you mean by genocide?
Well, if you commit genocide against an entire group of people, that doesn't sound like a
What do
very
you-
loving thing.
What do you mean by genocide? What's the question?
Killing an entire group of people, whether it be for
Killing
for
an entire
instance,
group of people.
like an entire whether it be like an ethnic group or like an entire nation, whatever it be, right? Just committing a genocide
Entire
against
nation.
an
Did God-
entire group or category of people, I guess you could say.
An entire group? So anytime you kill a group of people, it's a genocide?
As in a group that
the death
is
penalty a
large.
genocide?
No. What I mean by like like for instance, based on some sort of immutable characteristic. There we go. Right.
What's the immutable characteristic these people had? It was highly mutable. It was evildoing. Look, the people who weren't evildoers got to live.
the innocent 2-year-olds that got killed were evildoers?
Oh, yes. In the story,
the
the innocent 2-year-olds. Yes, the innocent 2-year-olds were not so innocent.
What did they do?
Right, the people who were they were living in a corrupt state.
It's their fault for living in a corrupt state? They chose to be
Yes.
born there?
They
Really?
didn't- Look, I'm not saying a corrupt nation state.
Wait, hold on.
I'm saying they were living in a corrupt state with corrupt disposition, right? Like you understand,
that's
baby Hitler was
their
born
fault?
evil, right? Would you kill baby Hitler?
Well, we're not talking about baby Hitler right now.
What's the answer? Would you kill baby Hitler?
I would, but God certainly wouldn't, because he didn't.
Yeah. God wouldn't kill baby Hitler, right? You would kill baby Hitler. So killing a world full of people who are even more evil than baby Hitler, right? Them
Wait,
being babies isn't going to absolve them of their guilt, right?
Wait, how would you know that they're all evil, right? Like these are.
It's God. He knows.
Wait, hold on, no, because what you're saying is that.
So look, you were posturing about the killing babies thing, but like you would kill a baby.
If it was baby Hitler, I would.
Yeah, if you knew
that's
the person
different.
was
I
evil.
find it hard to believe and statistically very unlikely that all of those kids that were created in God's perfect image were actually evil.
Hitler was created in God's perfect image, and he was evil.
Yeah, don't
what's
you
the
see?
contradiction?
Well, I mean, wouldn't that be an issue?
No. What's the contradiction?
Why
Look,
was
created
no?
looking
Actually,
like
you bring up a good point. Yeah, Hitler was created in God's perfect
Yes.
image.
Looking like God doesn't mean that you're going to be good. Like looking like a good person doesn't mean that you're going to be a good person.
So what is God's perfect image then?
It's the way he looks. It's his fucking image. What?
It's his image.
You don't know what an image is?
So
Look, if I say that like I painted an image of you, you would know what that means, right?
sure, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So like if I paint an image of God, you would know what that means.
Sure, but when God says that
If I make a sculpture in your image, you would know what that means.
yeah, but
Okay.
when God creates something or somebody in his perfect image, he is designing them exactly the way he wants them to be, would he not?
He's designing them the way he's designing them the way they look. Their free will is up to them.
So
You can choose to be evil or be good, and you can have a bad or a good disposition.
okay, so firstly, what do you think it means to have free will? I just want to make this clear. What do you think?
What do I think it means to have free will? I think that it means that your actions are caused by the soul.
Caused by the soul. So, for instance, if somebody is born as a psychopath or a sociopath, right, and they are physically incapable of experiencing empathy, right, and as a result of that, for cognitive reasons, right, because there's nothing stopping them, they commit murder. Whereas, and let me finish because I know you're about to want to say something. Whereas, if that same soul was born under different circumstances, as in a different brain to interface with, a different body, a different set of circumstances, different family, etc., they would have turned out to be a good person.
They'd have turned out to be a good person? Their brain was different? No, of course not. Look, if you, because of the fact that you have some kind of lack of empathy, choose to do immoral actions, then you were a bad person to begin with.
Well, if you're
But
more
if the only reason you do,
well,
if the only reason you do good actions is because of the fact that it makes you feel good to do it, then you're not doing the good action for the sake of the morals. You're doing the good action because it pleases you. That's selfishness.
okay, so what? But I don't believe that there is a such thing as a truly 100% selfless act, right?
Of course there is.
I disagree. I don't think that,
Why not?
because that would require you to not receive any form of benefit or think that you're going to receive any form of benefit, right? You would have
Yeah,
to...
so people sacrifice themselves for their children sometimes, right? Like they don't think they're going to receive a benefit. There are atheists who sacrifice themselves for their children and think they're not going to like exist afterward.
Sure, yeah, but well, that doesn't, but
What's their
there's an emotional benefit there. They feel like it's the right thing to do,
No,
right?
they don't think they're going to
They would
get any
feel
benefit.
bad, they would feel guilt if they didn't, would they not?
Yeah, they would. Look, they might feel guilt, but if they knew, like throughout the rest of your life, you're gonna feel guilt for a little bit, but then like the rest of your life's gonna be a net positive still. Do you think that like that would change their mind? Like if they just knew that, they'd be like, oh well, I guess I'm not
Well,
gonna.
if they feel a lot of guilt, then no.
Nope, we're supposing that they don't. They just feel like a little bit of guilt for like a couple of weeks. They're gonna, if I tell them this, right, and they trust me, they 100% believe me. I think they would like not sacrifice themselves for their kids now.
Wait, why would they? Hold on. Wait, then we would be talking about somebody that experiences less guilt, right? So that would be a result of the well, then they would be probably, well, less likely to even,
Well, we're not asking less likely. We're asking would they do it? Right? The answer is yes. Of course they'd still do it. Like I don't think that I'd feel particularly guilty if I if I ate meat, right? Like I'm a vegan, right? I don't think
Yeah.
I'd feel particularly, and that's because Jesus told me to.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think I'd feel particularly guilty if I ate meat, but I still don't do it because it's the wrong thing to do. Like I can know that something's morally wrong or right, and choose to do an action based on if it's in accord with morals, or based on any other standard. I can choose to do an action or choose to not do an action, and it doesn't have to be the case that I think it's going to make me feel good. Like this descriptive egoism stuff is just kind of like psychologically incorrect. It's just not how people's brains work.
I guess it depends on what way you break it down, but I believe that, and while this might not be a definitive, this is the way it's going to be 100% of the time, if somebody is incentivized to do something bad, they're way more likely to do the thing that is bad, right? And I believe that, so what is God's moral framework? What does he deem to be good or bad?
Oh, God deems things to be good or bad based on if they're in compliance with stance-dependent reason.
Could you elaborate?
Yes. So God deems things to be good or bad based on if it's the case that if a rational actor were to deliberate on these actions indefinitely, they would come to that conclusion. Right? So God, through his all-knowingness, is the source of morality because he has an infinite deliberation chain.
So, okay. So, if an individual though, okay, first of all, what makes a rational actor rational? First of all,
If
where's
their
the cutoff
actions.
point?
Yeah, so it's like we could take a look at examples and get an intuition for it. So, for example, have you heard of the Future Tuesday case?
No, I have not.
So let's suppose there's a person who is indifferent towards their own pain and suffering on future Tuesdays. Right, the moment that Tuesday rolls around, every other day of the week, right? Obviously, they think like, okay, this is really bad. I want to avoid this incredible amount of pain and suffering. But if it's a future Tuesday, they're like, I don't care. But the moment that it becomes a current Tuesday, once it rolls around and it's no longer a future Tuesday, and now it's a current Tuesday, now they care about it, right? This is the person we're describing. Now, let's say that they choose to do an action where they're caused infinite amounts of suffering on a future Tuesday, but they get a lollipop today. Today is Monday, right? Now, future Tuesday rolls around, becomes current Tuesday, and they're getting tortured, and they really, really hate it. Do you think that person's action was irrational?
I would say so, yeah.
Okay, yeah. Well, there you go. You got the intuition there, right? There's not like it's not like they've done something that's not in accord with their stances, right? It's not like they did something that's not in accord with their preferences. Clearly, they did something that was in accord with their preferences, and it's also not the case that they're doing something which is they're not doing something which is going to be like a contradiction or something. There's no contradiction in their action. There's like no contradiction by saying I care about current Tuesdays but not future Tuesdays. So there's some other standard for what it means to be rational, and we have an intuition for what this means.
So it's based
these
on
intuitions are about the stance-dependent reason.
So it's based on intuition?
Well, that's what the Bible says, right? That the will of God is written in the hearts of all men.
Okay, so then if the will of God is written in the hearts of all men, then wouldn't that kind of defeat the whole purpose of the Bible existing, right? Because it's like, oh, okay,
No, of course
you
not.
you can connect with God without looking at an imperfect version of
No, of course not.
of God's word, right?
No, of course not, right? So look, here's the example. If I ask you as an atheist, where does morality come from? What would you say?
I would say that, well, I don't believe in objective morality. I believe that we create morality as the way to construct systems that are the most mutually beneficial.
So it comes from we construct these systems using what? Our brains?
Well, yeah.
Okay, we construct the systems using our intuitions, using our brains, and yet you'd probably still say there's a point in having moral philosophy written down in text form. There's a point in having applied ethicists who can go through and like talk about particular cases.
I suppose at times, maybe,
Yeah.
sure. Okay, I see the point you're making, but so all right. But Christianity hasn't existed for the entire duration of our existence, right? Why did God choose to have the Bible written when it was written?
By the way, there are two people in the audience. I'm not sure if either of these people want to hop in, Chook or Honey Buns, but I'm like, if either of them do, I'm not going to torture these people by listening to me advocate devil's advocate for this position anymore. If we can get some like actual real debating.
I don't think that they're here to debate. I could be wrong though.
Cowards. Fucking cowards.
I don't think they disagree with me on much.
You're cowards for not making something up to disagree. Just pretend God exists.
That's fair. That's fair. See, the problem. The problem is they wouldn't necessarily be as good at arguing in a position that they don't. I guess if I were to argue a position I disagree with, I would, because I'm better than them at debate, so I would have to argue something I don't believe in. So it's fair.
That is true. Wow, Chook rage quit. Oh my God, Chook, you
I win.
Rage quit.
35-0. Bruh, the Chook. Why? Why did you... Fucking bastard. He ended the stage. Fucking cunt. Alright. I'm gonna unadmin you if you do that again. Alright? Yeah, that's right. Will I follow through with that? Probably not, but I don't care. You know what? I'll even have it say I'll at everyone this time. Debate Femyoz live. Alright. Okay. Anyways. So, the weather do be nice, huh? The weather do be nice. I'm actually enjoying this. Please keep going. Well, thank you. I'm glad you enjoy it. Existing is overrated. True. Yeah, I haven't had anybody, like, challenge my ideas properly in a hot minute. So, yeah, I guess I'll invite everybody to speak again, because I need a bathroom break. So I'm gonna, like...
Yeah, you're pissing yourself in fear.
Yeah, I am. Maybe. Well, pissing yourself would imply you're peeing your pants. So that's like the opposite of a bathroom break.
Femyoz,
you wouldn't need to take a bathroom break. No, fuck you. I wouldn't be having a bathroom break if that wasn't the case.
Look, this is the proof. Look, it's finally the Femyoz does not have a diaper king proof.
Yes, thank you. This is proof. The fact that I need bathroom breaks is proof. All right? There. All right. I'll be right back.
I bet if bro got a option to get a shitter in an office chair, he would buy it.
That'd be a dub.
How's the weather?
You don't even know. You don't know how the weather is.
I mean, I spent 6 hours driving, so
yeah,
I think I do know how the weather is.
Oh, really? You think you know about the weather?
I don't think you know about the weather at all.
Kind of a weather expert. I'm a meteorologist.
Nah, bro.
I'm gonna PhD in meteorology.
You should tune into the news. You'll see me on there talking about the weather.
Yeah, you'd be talking about the weather. You'd be like, "Oh, it's cold out." It's you.
Nah, it's kind of hot outside.
Yeah, you're confused.
Nah, I think you're brainwashed.
I think you're a libcock. I think you're libtard, libcock, SJW.
I think you are a Biden supporter, and I think I think you're a liberal. I think you are redneck. I think you are.
That's true.
A whole bunch of things.
All true statement. Yeah, all true statements.
How's it a hate if you love doing it?
What?
How is it a hate crime if you love doing it?
It's a good question.
I'm gonna go into the comments section or the live chat and see if there's an answer to that question.
It's a good question.
Guys, if it's a hate crime, how is it a hate crime if you love doing it? Can you answer that question?
That's fucked up. That's a fucked up joke. It's too edgy.
Nah, bro, it makes perfect sense. Oh wait, he's back.
Hello.
Why does bro's skirt look like the fucking cloth on my dining room table?
Your cloth on the dining room table must be really cool.
It's that big. You know the things that they put over dining room tables so you don't scratch the table. Yeah, that's exactly what you're wearing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe I am. Maybe I stole it from your dining room table. How does it
It was
feel?
at my grandma's house. It was at my grandma's.
Well, I'll bet your grandma's so mad right now that I'm wearing her dining room tablecloth. I'll bet she's fuming. She's gonna beat your ass over it.
I had to
She
clean her
thinks
house out of.
She
but
thinks
I
it's
had to
your
clean
fault.
out I had to clean out a bunch of like rat turds and shit like that out of her house. So you're wearing rat turds right now.
What if I put it in the washing machine? Then what?
I don't think you did. I highly doubt you own a washing machine.
Then
Or
I
even
put
know
it
how
in
to use
the
one.
then I put it in the dryer and put laundry detergent in the dryer. There. I don't even.
I think
fucking
you're
know
gonna
anymore.
break it. Exactly. L. Take that L.
No, it's like
I was gonna
it's built different though. It's a dryer that's built different. Okay.
I'll be honest, I had a video coming up that I was gonna make on the situation with you, but I went camping instead.
Imagine.
At
All
least,
right, I'm
at least I
gonna.
can go outside.
I remember that. Okay, there's I need to see if somebody who planned on okay, somebody that was planning on debating me
No way you have a
is
schedule
on
for
their
this.
way home. So
You have a schedule with this? The fuck?
no, there's somebody who agreed to do a trans debate with me, and they're gonna do it at some point today. So I'm gonna invite them to the server so that I don't have to you know,
Move.
Yeah. So I'm gonna
What's been going on with Pancake? Like, they keep leaving and rejoining.
I don't
Do you
know. Nope, I have no idea. All right. Anyways, the weather do be nice, huh, chat? I think this is the
How
right.
is it a hate crime if you love doing it?
That's a good question. I don't know. Ooh, is that a donation? Thank you, Razorblade Popsicles, for the $5. Here's a donation from my hentai commission money to YouTube's cutest femboy. Aw, well, thank you, Razorblade Popsicles. I very much appreciate the Streamlabs donation. Very much appreciated. Thank you. It's not a hate crime, it's a love crime. True. Toki's got a point. Synth W, yeah.
Exactly, bro. You love doing it, so how's it a hate crime?
Synth. Toki wants to know if you practice love speech.
If
I don't know
do,
what the fuck that means.
Alright, well somebody was asking it.
Is that another way to say sexual harassment?
I don't know.
Because it's the answer is yes.
Unspoken riz or sexual harassment. What's the difference?
Maybe there is none.
Real.
No, one has riz and one looks like Dream.
I don't know. Dream put the mask back on, so he faced unrevealed, so we don't even know what he looks like anymore. He unrevealed his face, and now we have no clue. There's like not like a digital footprint he's left or anything that's permanent. You know, I guess it'll just be a mystery forever now. We'll never know what he looks like.
What do you think about Dream? What do you think about Dreamy Bull?
Who's that? I don't get it. Okay, Zell, can you explain who that is? I don't get it.
Look him up. He's a very well-known man.
What does he do?
He plays the saxophone.
He plays the sax. Does he do anything else?
I don't know. Yeah, I think he's an influencer.
Okay, I don't know. That doesn't seem like my cup of tea.
He's kind of like Andrew Tate, where he's kind of like Andrew Tate, where he goes around. Okay. I'm joking. I don't really know.
So he's
like
a sex
Andrew
trafficker.
But no, he's like Andrew Tate, where you see him on. You see him on. You see him on. You see him on like TikTok and shit. He's like giving some speech about something like about so for example, you have one where he's a Japanese soldier from World War II, and he's saying that he's about to blow. Real shit, right there.
I saw one where he was like driving a train, and it was like chugga 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 choo choo. It's about to blow. Boop, boop.
It's about to blow.
I remember that.
Exactly.
That's
Very
awesome.
inspirational. He shows the people that don't go outside what the outside's really like.
What
he
even
shows
is
what the
outside? I don't
inside
even
looks
like. Apparently, there's this like cool substance or something called. I think it's called grass. I'm not sure. Apparently, there are people that touch whatever that is. It's apparently outside. I don't know. It's outside of my my basement, so I don't know what that would look like. You know,
Grass can be very addictive when you try it for the first time.
oh well, it's a good thing that I've never tried it, huh?
It's like a weed reference.
Yeah.
Okay.
No,
Hold on, is it a
grass.
No,
reference?
it's a grass reference. He's referencing
Wait
the
a
substance known as grass.
Like an
Yeah.
epic weed.
Control.
Like epic. Is it
controlled
an epic
sub-
weed reference?
Yeah, a controlled substance.
Nice.
It's a controlled
Nice.
grass substance.
Yeah. Anyways.
Oh yeah, I guess you could say he's also a Dreamy Bull's like Andrew Tate, where he got arrested for something sexual.
Damn.
I think he
Imagine.
was caught I think he was caught jerking off in a gym.
Oh. Yeah, oh, I hate when that happens. Oh, it's so relatable. Happens all the
Yeah,
time.
for real.
Don't you just
For
hate when
real.
when you get caught jerking off in the gym? Oh, that's the worst.
I know, bro. Like at this point, they better take this to the Supreme Court.
Yeah, they better. They better take it to the Supreme Court.
The some cream court. Whoa, Femyoz.
Wait, what?
You just said the some cream court.
No, I didn't. You're gaslighting me.
Femyoz be like, they better taste this in the cum cream court. They better
Yeah,
taste this
okay,
there.
you're gaslighting me. I see what you're doing, alright? I've been gaslit by chat before, so I
Taste the
can tell.
rainbow. Taste the rainbow.
What if I tasted your mom instead?
I'm gonna taste something that you didn't even know existed.
Your dad?
No, your dad.
Oh. See, but I got to it first. I called you a fatherless femboy indirectly before you called me that.
Aren't
so,
you a fatherless femboy?
well, I called you a fatherless
happen
femboy
again?
first.
You,
But
did,
you're
you,
one.
you called
Where's
Bella
your
Fatherless Femboy first twice.
Proof?
It's back to back.
Exactly.
It's recorded and it'll never go away.
Yeah.
Ah, shit, I better go into hiding.
Yeah, you better hide. You better hide
At least
the,
You know, I might as well say this. At least I don't like shitting myself, you know? At least I don't like
don't?
shitting myself.
It's kind of a weird thing to have to
Unlike
specify.
Femyoz.
I mean, the
unlike
fact that you
Femyoz.
I
brought it
actually
up
don't
makes
like
me
killing
suspicious.
myself, by the way.
Hey, by the way, I
actually,
actually,
guys,
I
I'm
actually
not
don't
gonna
like
kill
jumping off a cliff, guys. I actually don't like doing cocaine. Okay, that's
I-
definitely not my favorite activity, guys.
Guys, I don't like using my vehicle.
Zel's
as
the
a-
kind of dude who'll just like sit
as a
around.
mass
He's just
murder
sitting around
device.
drinking a beer with the other guys, and he's just like, you know what, guys? I don't like shit. I don't like how poop looks.
I don't
Anybody else agree?
I don't like eating tasty, delicious, creamy shit. I hate that. That would be the worst. I would never do that.
Exactly, bro. That shit did not look like chocolate ice cream.
Okay.
We should let okay meta R word. I'm gonna let Dark Oak up in here. I think this man had a very good thing to say.
I'm
This man
sure
has-
he doesn't.
He definitely does.
Get him in here.
Oh, I'll invite
that motherfucker in here.
Moxie to speak. Greetings and salutations. Moxie.
Well. That isn't Moxie.
Oh, pussy went on mute.
Imagine.
I love talking to crackheads. They always have something good to say. Like they always like have a story to tell you.
Yeah.
That's true.
Whenever I talk to crackheads, they just tell me something interesting that I never knew.
I'm
existed.
rage quitting. I give up
Pussy.
on I'm not gonna debate this anymore. I'm
This is-
done
yeah.
with this debate.
I don't
Easy
blame
dogs.
you.
Peace. You guys have a good one.
Well, damn. You got them to rage quit. Congratulations. How does it feel?
Where's my trophy?
Up my ass. You want to go look? Nah, I'm just.
Nah,
I'm just
that'll be like
nah.
the catacomb. I'll be
Nah.
dead. That's probably like the catacomb for rats.
Hey, yo, what? Wait, how
Your
did
asshole
you
fly-
figure that out? Were you looking up my ass?
Whoa.
That's the
No,
only
it's like
way
the-
you
it's
would
like
know
the-
that.
it's
Nobody
like the
else
streets of
knows that.
Paris. Looks like the streets of Paris. All right,
You would have to see it to believe it.
Unfortunately, they have made your asshole a tourist attraction.
I'm sure they have. I'm sure they have.
Very prominent tour guides are.
I'm
Yeah,
sure.
they're
I'm
very
sure you
prominent
go
tour
on
guides
that
there,
tour
like,
all the time. I'm sure you go
like,
on that tour
Sense
all
of
the time.
Society. Why are we talking about asses? Funny enough, a lot of things that I own that has the word ass in it is actually a luxury to me. Like we got the ass washer, we got the ass warmer in my mom's car. Asses are good.
Asses are good. I don't disagree. Somebody saying I
They're very
own your
useful.
ass. Joke's on you. No, I own your ass.
Your ass getting blocked, kid.
Damn. It really
just
do be
spent
like that
a week-
sometimes, huh?
I just spent a week in the wilderness, so I know a lot about ass.
Oh yeah.
Wanna know
What are
why?
s- what are-
'Cause
what
every
are-
time
What are 10 fun
Every time-
facts about ass?
they smell. Anybody over the age of 50 in the same trailer dropping a deuce will make it smell like shit for
So
the
what-
next 2 hours.
So what about somebody
You'll
that
find
is 49.5 years old? Does it not smell like shit for the next 2 hours? Is that
I
what
would
you're
say
saying?
I would say for an hour and a half.
For an hour and a half.
for
So
an
it goes
hour
up
and
an extra half hour when they turn 50?
Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
It's like an upgrade.
It's an upgrade? What
Yeah.
about when they turn 51? Then how long does it smell like shit for?
Oh, it continue goes up. It's like leveling up.
Leveling up by how much?
I don't know. Whatever God. It's like when you level up in like Call of Duty or some shit. You know, it's like God's version of a level system.
What the fuck? I regret asking in general. Also, I see the person that I was planning on having a trans debate with in my chat. So just join the Discord. I sent it to you directly, or you can use the link in the description below. And then there'll be a thing where it says live debates, and like it'll have like my name as one of them. So it says debate Femyoz live, and then yeah, like you see it right here.
I'll be
yeah.
honest with you guys. I really do not know how I got here. Like, how did the fuck am I here? Like, I joined the server because my friend sent me an invite, and now I'm a mod, and
yeah, I don't know.
And I've somehow been involved with commentary now, and I'm very,
I don't know.
I'm very, very disturbed.
I guess you just went down the rabbit hole, like everybody else.
I did go down the rabbit hole.
Everyone has to go down some sort of rabbit hole at some point to exist on the internet, right? Like, it's unavoidable in many instances. Like, there's just no avoiding it. Alright. Are you still a Pastafarian, Femyoz? Yes, I am an avid believer of the flying spaghetti monster. The flying spaghetti monster is the ultimate arbiter of truth. The only people that say otherwise are stupid people and the Matrix, okay? Those are like those are the only two categories of people that will yeah. That's it. Nobody else. All right. That thumbnail is a lie cuz I won, bruh. What did you win? I don't think you've ever beaten me in a debate. I'm not going to lie. I think I've won every single debate so far. If we just ignore all the debates I've lost, I basically haven't even lost a single debate. All right? That's how this works. So,
I guess if you look at that ratio, you're probably
yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like, there are some debates where it's like, you know, they weren't, like, important enough to count, right? So I didn't include them as part of the ratio, you know? You lost to me, Sinthe, and Mike? What? I don't know what you mean. I'm only counting the debates worth counting. I'm just saying. Yeah. Yeah, no, I think I want to debate Sinthe more often, because she's better than me at debate. All debates end in an L? Yeah. Well, no. All debates ends with the letter S.
When is this Sigma male Giga Chat gonna come in here and debate you?
I don't know. At some point in the future, I'll bet, like today, hopefully. Oh, wait, I see. All right, let me invite you to speak. All right, Zelly, whatever your name is, you gotta leave now. All right, or go back to audience. All right.
All right. I might have a debate for you later. I'll let you know. If I'm gonna come up.
All right.
I have something. I'm just really shitty at coming. I like debating right off the head. All right.
All right. Yeah. Just go back to audience now, because I have a debate to do. All right. Anyways. All right. Can you unmute yourself? All right. There we go. All right. So, before we get started, there are a few questions I need to ask because, well, I don't want there to be a, I don't want us to be, arguing or talking past each other, right? For instance, if let's say I believe that there's, you know, a square, but you can't even acknowledge that there's a rectangle, then how am I supposed to argue that the rectangle is a square, right? That type of thing. So, I'll ask you a few things and then we'll get started. So do you believe that trans women are women?
No.
No. Okay. Oof.
Yeah.
So why aren't they women?
Well, they're like biologically not like women.
Okay, so do you believe that sex and gender are the same thing?
To an extent.
To an extent?
Yeah.
What do you mean
to
an extent?
Like, the way I see it is like you can identify as something that doesn't make you that thing. Like, if that makes sense. I guess yes, I do. I guess they are different. Like they are.
Okay.
They are.
So
different.
what do you think? What do you think a trans woman means when she calls herself a woman?
What do you mean? Like what? How do I react? Like I don't.
No. What do you think a trans woman means when she calls herself a woman? What do you think she means?
That they're like a woman. I don't know. Like they're just calling themselves a woman. That doesn't really change anything.
Okay.
I don't know how to answer that question.
So when they say woman, right? What they're referring to is a social categorization, right? So do you believe that somebody who is born as a biological male must be socially categorized as a man? Do you think that that's obligatory, and if so, why? What benefit does that serve?
Well, like if you're born a dude, like you are a dude. Like
according to what standard?
Well, what do you mean? What standard? Like it's just like I mean, like just in terms of like science, like you genuinely are just
what
a man.
Science?
You were biologically born. Okay.
Wait. If you're appealing to biology, then you're conflating sex and gender. You already acknowledged that sex and gender are not the same thing. Okay, we're not talking about whether or not they are biologically male. Okay.
Sex and gender's meaning has changed over the years. Like I don't care if you identify as something. My point is that it doesn't make you that thing. Like a
what do you think?
Transgender female, like someone who's transitioned to female, like they are not like capable of the same things that a real woman is capable of.
Okay,
like,
what must you be capable of to be a real woman?
Childbirth, periods, stuff like that.
So infertile women aren't women?
That's not at all what I'm saying. You can have.
You said that they have to be able to.
What is that?
Well, no, not all women have uteruses. So, if a woman doesn't have a uterus, is she not a woman?
They have. What are you talking about? They have like this. They have it in their body. Like if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. Like what is the point?
Well, if they don't have a uterus, then they're not a woman, right?
What do you mean?
That is by your own logic. If a woman doesn't have a uterus, then she isn't a woman.
Why wouldn't they have a uterus?
Because some people are born with, I don't know if if you would refer to it as a birth defect of some sort, but there are
that's-
people that
that's
are born without
extremely
uteruses.
rare. That's
It doesn't
extremely
matter.
Rare.
It doesn't matter. The fact of the matter is, by your own definition, those women, whether they're rare or not, aren't women.
No. Like
So what
what's
are
the
they?
point?
What are they if they're not women?
They're a genetic mutation. Like that's what
No,
that
what are
is.
they? How would you categorize them?
A genetic mutation.
So hold on. So you believe
No,
that they
here's
should
the
be
thing. Here's the thing.
socially
If they were-
you believe
no.
they should be socially categorized as a genetic mutation?
No, I'm saying like if they were born, let's say they were born and they have a womb, right? And let's say they were born with a penis, but they can't physically have any of these things. You're either
Wait,
a
now
woman
you're
or a
talking.
man.
Well, hold on. I didn't even bring up intersex people yet. You're way off. I'm talking about
you
somebody who is
talking
born as a woman that doesn't have a uterus.
That's
what I'm talking about.
That's what. No,
You
that's
said
what
they
I'm
have a
talking about.
dick.
No, I didn't. I'm saying
Okay.
like if they're born. I'm saying if they're born like with the womb, right? Born with the womb, but they physically are incapable. Then yeah, you're a woman. Like you were born a woman. It's just that it's incapable of working. I don't really understand the
so
logic
it's not
behind.
okay. So then it's not a matter of whether or not it's not a matter of whether or not they are able to do this now. You have now changed your argument to
No,
whether
I
or not
haven't
they are born
changed
with a
my
womb.
argument.
Yes, you
I
have.
haven't.
Before you
No,
were
my-
saying
my
that they need to
argument
be able.
stayed-
You said that in order to be a woman, you need to have the capacity to give birth. I gave you examples of women that don't have the capacity to give birth. Then you said that the requirement was for them to have a uterus. Then I gave you an example of a woman that doesn't have a uterus. Then you changed it to, well, actually, they have to have a womb. So what exactly are
No,
you using
I didn't
to define a
change
woman?
I didn't
Yes, you
change my
have.
subject. Okay,
You
Femyoz.
cha-
I didn't
you have
change.
moved the
I didn't
goalposts
change
numerous
my
times.
goalpost. No, I'm still
Yes,
sticking
you
by the
have.
sheer fact that you have. There's other categories. Like it's not just one thing. I don't know where you're
There's
getting this
other
logic that I'm changing.
categories.
Yes, like for example, like if you're born a man, right? Like you're gonna have a penis. Like when you're born in the hospital, right, and you come out and there's a dick, you're a boy.
Okay.
Like that is a boy, right? You can collectively
so-
agree that that's a boy.
Okay, so
Right?
when somebody, well, no, if somebody is born, right? If somebody is born as something, right? Do they are they that thing forever?
Yes.
So does that mean that adult men are babies? Because if you're born as a baby, then if you're born as a
What-
baby, then you would remain a baby, right?
What logic is that? It's called
You
age.
said-
That's a completely
No,
different
that is the
thing. What
logical
are you
conclusion
talking
of
about?
that is
Can a
the,
ba-
the
okay, can a
logic. That
baby
is the
have a child?
conclusion. I am using your logic.
Can a baby have a child? Can a baby
No.
have a child? No, because they didn't develop the ability to have the child yet. That doesn't matter. You're still born. If you're born and there's a penis, you're a boy. That's a boy. You're not
Well,
just
you're
this
born. Well, if you're
thing.
born as an infant, right? You said that everybody, if somebody is born as something, then they must
doesn't
remain that thing
apply.
forever.
That doesn't apply.
Oh, so
to
it
that.
only
What
so
are
it
you
doesn't
talking about?
apply when it's inconvenient for your argument.
Because you have to develop and get older and you age. What does that have to
Ah,
do with gender? That's a
So
completely
you
different
don't have to remain the same thing you're born as for the entire duration of your life. How interesting.
thing. No, what are you talking about? You're still human. Like the only difference is that you
I
went
didn't
from
say
being
that-
a small baby to
Whoa,
a grown
whoa.
adult. Like
Hold
that's the
on.
only difference.
I never said that they weren't human. You said that if they were born as something, that
Okay,
they must remain
Femyoz-
that thing for the rest of their life.
Femyoz,
I
are-
gave
are
you a
you, like-
counterexample
Femyoz,
of an
are you,
instance
like,
where that's
actually, like,
not the
retarded?
case.
Like no, like
I'm
Femyoz, are you
using
actually,
your
like,
logic.
mentally retarded?
If you think that this line of reasoning is
That doesn't
retarded, it's
apply
because it
to that.
is.
It doesn't
Why?
apply to that.
Why?
That doesn't. How does the same
Explain
thing of, like,
why.
aging? How does aging apply to gender? What is gender and
I didn't
sex
say it
have anything
applies
do
to
with
gender,
age?
but I'm using your logic against you. Are you aware of that?
What? Okay, can you like make it a little bit more clear? Because how does age
So-
have anything to do with sex? Like they're two separate things. Like those are two things.
Okay,
Growing
so-
up, like
okay,
going
so
from an
you would
infant
acknowledge-
to an adult.
okay. Okay, so you would
is, like-
acknowledge then. So you would acknowledge then that it's not actually the case that if you're born as something, you must remain that thing forever, right?
human. Yes, you're human for the rest of your life. But
Wait,
I'm
hold
not
on.
saying-
I
I'm
didn't
not
use
saying you're a
when
baby.
was my counter example me
Femyoz,
saying
you
that you're not a
literally-
human?
You literally never said anything about when you're born as a baby, do you stay a baby? And I said yes. You said when
No,
you're born,
I asked you
do you
as if
stay
you were
that thing?
born
and
as
then you
something.
randomly just said, and you randomly just
No.
said, and then you
I-
just randomly said,
no.
so we're all babies. No,
No,
you dumb
I
fuck.
asked
That's
you-
not what I fucking
no.
said.
No, well,
You're-
yeah,
you're
you did.
putting
Well,
words
no,
in my
I
mouth.
no,
You're
I didn't.
literally putting
No, I
words in
didn't.
my
I
mouth.
asked you, and you can rewind the VOD and witness it for yourself. I asked you if somebody if somebody is born as something, could be anything, right? Then do they remain that thing forever? And you said yes, and then I provided you with a counterexample. This just goes to show, right, how little you've thought about this, right? That's what you've demonstrated
That doesn't show
to me.
how little I thought about it. You asked a simple question, and then you equated it to, are you still
I didn't
a
equate it
baby?
to anything.
Yes,
I asked you
did.
a broad.
You didn't.
No,
you didn't
I
ask
asked
me. No,
you
no.
a
Femyoz,
broad
Femyoz,
question.
Femyoz, you didn't ask me if you're born a baby, do you stay a baby? You just said if you're born as something, do you stay as
Yeah.
something? Which
Something
my assumption to
can
that
mean
question.
anybody.
No.
Okay,
my
fine.
assumption to that was that it was gender. Like,
All right,
if you're
fine.
born a boy,
if you jumped
you
to
stay
that
a boy.
conclusion, fine. Okay,
But
fair
those
enough. You
two
jumped
things
to
don't
sure. You
equate
jumped to
to
the
each other.
conclusion, but it didn't seem like you were jumping to that conclusion to me. But fine, whatever. Okay, congratulations. You jumped to a conclusion and answered the question that I didn't ask. So, all right. All right, so why do you believe that if somebody is quote-unquote born as a boy, that they must remain a boy for the rest of their life?
Okay, Femyoz, I didn't say that you can't be trans and that trans people shouldn't exist. You didn't even give me an opportunity to explain how I see things.
Okay,
first
go
of
for it.
all,
Explain.
I have literally nothing against trans people. I have nothing against it. I respect it. Literally, one of my
Great.
coworkers, they're transitioning to male. I'm in full support of them. I don't mind it. I don't go up to them and say oh, that's not what you should do. But
I never stated otherwise.
what are you talking about? You literally just said, why do you think that people should stay boy? Stay as a boy.
Well,
But
you're making...
at the end of the
hold on.
day, though, when you're transitioning,
Hold on.
you're not you're not gonna just transition and just become male.
Wait, hold on.
When someone goes
Actually,
from female to male, that doesn't mean that they have the capabilities of what that person who was born as a male has.
Okay, so
is
do
the
you
argument
believe...
here?
Okay, so do you believe that you can change primary and secondary sex characteristics?
Wait, sorry, can you explain that again?
Do you believe that people can change primary and secondary sex characteristics?
Give an example.
So, for instance, facial structure, HRT, which you could take HRT, which might make you grow titties if you're born as a male, right? But if you take estrogen, you might, it might change some things. It will redistribute your fat, and you'll look a lot more feminine. If you get bottom surgery, your genitalia will resemble that of the other sex far more than it resembles your birth sex, right? Those would be examples of changing those characteristics.
Well,
what do you think sex refers to?
What do you mean? What does sex refer to? Sex refers to what you are born biologically as.
Okay. Well, people change and develop over time, right? So, for instance, I think a fun fact is it every 7 years? I'm pretty sure every 7 years, all of your cells in your body are not the same as the cells that were in your body previously. Did you know that? So you're biologically a different person.
Fucking
right?
cells? Your
So
cells, you realize
the
that
fact
cells,
of the matter
the cells that
you...
exist... No, the cells that exist and die over time, they create the new cells. It's not like you're changing as a person
Sure.
every 7 years. It's
I didn't
just
say
that
that.
your body is regenerating new cells. That's
Sure,
just
but but the
science.
point I'm making is you're biologically, a bit different, let's just say, right? Now, if let's take an individual, all right, a child, right? Are they biologically exactly the same? Are they the same before and after puberty?
Physically, yes.
They're physically the same.
yes.
They don't
Like,
they don't they don't go through any changes.
They've like obviously grown, and you know, like they've gotten
Developed.
taller. Like, yeah, that's
Mhm.
normal. You know, that's normal. But what does that have to do with like their
Well, the fact
gender
of-
changed?
Okay.
Like that.
well,
Because
okay.
the only way you
well,
can
they
change
develop-
your gender, right? No, the only way you can change your gender, right, is if you take things that are like foreign to your body. You have to put things that are foreign to your body in your body to start that change.
Okay, so
Like that's kind of the whole point.
okay, so how
Nobody
much,
just goes through
what
puberty
percentage?
and then just becomes female. Like nobody just like
well,
has
no,
a dick
but
and then it just falls off and then it just
no, but they do develop certain sex characteristics, right? They develop sex
What-
characteristics as a result of, well,
Well, yeah, during
the hormones,
puberty, you
right?
start to think
Yeah.
about like having sex with people and
yeah,
and, like,
and you become,
being
and if you're, yeah, well, and if you're you know, born female, usually when you go through puberty, you start to look more womanly, I guess you could say, right?
yeah, if you're born a woman, you're gonna look more womanly. Yes, like as you age and
Yes.
things go along, right? Yes.
Well,
yes, I get
you're
that.
also gonna start looking a lot more womanly if you're a male who goes on estrogen.
Yes, but what my point is that's foreign.
Okay,
You're going
so
through
why does it-
something
wait,
that's
hold
foreign
on.
to your body.
Wait,
That's
before
not
you were
like, you're
saying,
injecting
before you were
yourself-
saying, wait, before you were saying that you would need you would need to introduce foreign things to the body in order to begin to change sex. But that's an example of introducing foreign things into
But
the body.
that's not normal. Like that's not like a
And?
normal thing. Like a
So
baby
what?
doesn't have estrogen pumped in them when they're being born. Like they're coming out
Yeah.
as a female. When you would develop as you go along, you know, if that person doesn't take the estrogen, they stay as a man. But if they take the estrogen, they're transitioning. That's
Mhm.
not what a real woman is. That isn't what a woman is.
So what is your
You're
definition of a real woman?
You're forcing your body to change. You're forcing
Yeah.
your body to go on a different route.
And
That doesn't make you a real woman. The whole
So
point
you
of being a
believe-
real
you
woman is what
believe-
you're born biologically as. What you have been.
Okay,
like
what if
your XY or what is it? YY or XY or what you have, like what you're being produced as in the womb. That's what creates a man or a woman. Like I don't think you like.
so what if
fully
somebody
understand
what
that.
about so you gave chromosomes as an example. What about people with XX male syndrome?
I just explained that that's like extremely rare and is a
I don't care.
mutation. Like that's a mutation.
I don't care. It exists, and you have to acknowledge
It
exists.
exists, but that's extremely.
But you want,
rare.
but it's, but so you
It's
want
not
to ignore
normal.
it because it's. So if it's not,
It's not- no,
normal,
no, no.
it's
What?
not, it doesn't matter if it's not normal, or because it's like not convenient for your
I'm
argument.
not saying that those people like don't exist, but it is such
Oh,
a
so they do
small and
exist.
minute. It's not. It's such
Okay,
a
so
small
then what?
minute.
Okay, then what is the
Okay,
threshold?
Femyoz, what is the
threshold?
okay, Femyoz, what is the
Like,
point
what
of this
percent of
debate
the
if
pop-
every time
what percent of the
every time I try to
population-
communicate, dude, you literally just interrupted me. What is the fucking point of doing this debate with you if I can't even explain my own fucking reasoning?
Because every word you
this
say
is
is
like
wrong.
literally the fucking most. I haven't even started talking. You fucking
Yeah, well, yeah,
idiot.
you have.
I literally just started talking, and you're like, well, what about this? You're literally not even giving me a chance to even
All right,
communicate how I see the picture.
all right, I'll let you talk more. There you go.
Okay.
All
okay.
right.
So again, genetic mutations like that are extremely rare. You know, a person born with like, say for example, like two heads, right? That's a extremely rare genetic mutation. You know, it's not normal. It's not something that is completely normal, and it's not a like thing you want. That's what I'm trying to point out. Like, I'm not saying these people don't exist. I'm not saying that they're just not male or, you know, female or something like that. But typically, when someone's born with like that genetic mutation, sometimes people are born with like, you know, like a penis and a vagina. Like they have what you were talking about. Typically, only one of those things actually function. Like, I'd actually never heard a case where both of the body parts function. Only typically one of them functions. So at the end of the day, it's a genetic mutation. Like that shit just happens to some people. Like,
Okay. So I think Okay, so I think what you're failing to understand here, right? The reason I bring these examples up, right, is because you have set a standard for what you think a real woman is, and then I give examples of people that, according to your own standard, wouldn't be real women, but then you acknowledge that they're real women, which means that the standard you use against trans women is a standard you're only willing to use against trans women, but you won't apply that same standard to other people.
Why are you applying genetic mutations as like?
No.
Like there are
I am
people
taught
with like
you
extra
have-
arms.
okay.
There's people born with like
I
extra
don't care.
fingers, extra
You
arms.
have set a
like,
standard. You have set a standard for what you think a real woman is, which means you have established criteria that you have to meet in order to be a real woman. Yet there are people that are real women that don't meet said criterion. So
Okay,
clearly, you don't actually use that criteria to determine if somebody is or isn't a woman. You've just sort of arbitrarily asserted it.
Femyoz, for a good example, I think it was last year, trans woman won Woman of the Year, right? Can
And?
you explain to me why they deserve that award when they don't even know what it's like to be like a real woman or to actually go through what being a real woman is?
What does it mean to be a real woman? What does that experience entail?
That person, okay, you do realize that that trans woman, right, that won the award, they've never experienced a period, they've never experienced plenty of things that women experience. They were born a man,
Okay.
and they lived most of their childhood as a man, grew up a man, but they change, and now all of a sudden they get to be put in the same category as people who experience completely different lifestyles as that other gender. How does that make any sense?
So one of the things you listed was never experienced a period. You know that there are biological women that never get periods, right? That happens. Does that make them less of a woman because the experience is different?
What? Yeah.
That
Like,
makes
what do
them
you
less
mean?
of a woman.
No, I mean, like, they're still a woman, like born woman, but it's just that they never have to they never had to experience it because their shit is like fucked from birth. Like that's
Okay, so then
that's
do
something
they-
that
so then-
happens to people. Like
Okay, so then would it be wrong if they were to? So then would it be wrong if they got Woman of the Year award? Because, despite the fact that they would be getting that,
because
they don't have the same
because
struggles as a
grew
woman
out
who goes through her period.
Because they grew up throughout childhood being a woman, understanding the real struggles as a woman, being like an actual woman. Like,
Do you
I
believe
don't-
that all women are like this monolith that have the same experience?
Dude, obviously not every person has the same
Okay.
experience, but I'm just saying
Great.
that like a good example is like when a girl grows up their whole life as a woman, works their ass off through something, and then they want to win an award. It's pretty disappointing to hear that someone who wasn't even born a woman gets to be handed an award that they worked their ass off for. Because
Wait.
they what? Oh, like, you know what I mean? Like,
Well, they would
how is
still
that
have to
fair?
wait. They would still have to work their ass off for it, right? Why would it be unfair? Can you explain?
What do you mean? Why would it be unfair? It's an award for women.
Yeah, trans women are women,
And that
so I
person
don't see
wasn't
the
even a
issue.
woman. And that person wasn't even a woman for more than half of their life.
And
You're joking, right?
no, I'm being dead ass.
This
I don't see
person's,
why
like,
that's
been
relevant.
this person's
If
been like
she is
a
a
woman for
woman-
maybe like
Okay.
this person's been a woman for like maybe what, like a few years of her life, and now she gets to be handed an award, even though there are people who have been women like literally since birth.
Well,
Like,
what are the
she just gets to
criteria?
get-
What are the criteria for winning this award?
What do you mean? Like
What
the
do you
Woman
have
of
to
the
do
Year
to
award?
win
Like,
the award? Yeah, what was
you
was
have
required?
to be I don't know the specifics. My fucking fiance probably knows the specifics.
Mhm.
But it's probably like you have to obtain some sort of maybe award or excel in something. It's probably the typical award, something like that, right? That's
Okay.
probably what it is. I'm
So,
assuming.
Okay,
And
so
you have to
you're
be
assuming.
I'm not. Well, I don't know the exact criteria of winning the award. Like I don't
Do
know
you
what you
think
want me to
that?
say.
So I assume you're not of the belief that this was the type of award where being biologically male gives some sort of advantage. I assume that you're not gonna argue that, right? I would assume because you don't know much about it. It seems like you're...
Wait, what?
I just want to make sure you're not gonna... Never mind, it doesn't seem like you're going that route. I just wanted to make sure. So...
No, I don't think I have like some weird advantage. I don't know. Is that what you're asking? Like, I don't...
Yeah, I was gonna ask if you thought that because the trans woman has is biologically male, if she had an advantage. That was what I was gonna...
Oh, you
ask.
mean like in sports?
No, I'm talking about for this award specifically.
Oh, listen, man. I mean, like, if it comes down to like work or something, like when it comes to sports, like, listen, dude. Technically,
well, I'm
yes,
not talking about sports.
Yeah, but that's different. Like, that's a completely different thing. I don't know. If we're just talking about like work ethic or something like that, like obviously no, like, or just for example, just anything in general. Like, men don't have some weird like hierarchy over women. Like, we don't have like some weird like ability that just topples over women. We're all, men have a specific traits that are
So
what we're better at, and
then,
women have specific traits that they're better at. Like, that's that's how I see it.
Okay, so clearly then, right? There's no advantage, right, in this situation, right? So then explain to me how it is unfair for a woman to win an award, for a women's award, simply because her experience as a child was different. Why does that matter?
I'm not saying because of experiences as a child. I'm saying they grew up as a man. Like, they grew up living their life as a man, being referred to as a man. They just everything in general referred to them being a man. They had the testosterone,
but they were still a
everything
woman.
like that.
They were still...
When?
Well, they weren't recognized as one, but I'm sure that they always perceived themselves that way internally, at least to an extent, right? I'm sure that they had... It wouldn't surprise me if they had gender dysphoria their whole life, right? They probably had a harder life than most women. So I don't
if I'm walking around with a penis, in my pants, and I'm just sitting there going, well, I'm a woman, so that just means I have to be referred to as a real life. That's what I am. Like, I'm just genuinely a woman.
I mean, if you genuinely want me to refer to you as a woman, I'd be willing to do that. I don't have a problem.
I'm not saying I have an issue with like saying like if someone wants me to call them by she her or something. I don't have an issue with that. Like, okay. No, obviously not. I don't care.
Good.
But my point is not that like oh, you physically can never be referred to as like a woman. Like, obviously I have enough respect for people to be like, yeah, I'll refer to you as how you want to be referred to as. But it doesn't make you just a regular, just everyday, like a woman. Like, they are a trans woman. They're not a woman. They're a trans woman.
Sure. I suppose you could say trans woman is a subcategory of the category woman, right? So,
yes.
Yeah. So they would fall under the category of woman, right? But there are all types of women. There are all types of women, include like even if you want to exclude trans women, right? Even if you want to exclude them.
Well, then there you go. There you go. Like, if it's
all
a separate,
women are
if it's
different.
a separate. No. If you're putting like trans women in a separate category as trans women, then that doesn't make them a woman. Like, that's you just admitted that.
No, you misunderstood. I said even if you want to say that even if you want to exclude trans women, which I don't agree with, but let's say you do, all women, even by your definition of woman, is going to be, they're all going to have different experiences, right? They're all different from each other most of the time, right? There's no one set of experiences that is required to be a woman, right? I'm doing an internal critique. I'm not accepting your premise.
Okay. But like, what I'm trying to say though is like I don't get it. Like, are you saying you don't accept the fact that they are trans women? Because they are. Like, they are trans women.
Yeah, I agree they're trans women. Yeah. I agree with that. I believe that trans woman is a type of woman.
But at birth were they not a man? Like, were they not a man? Is that like what am I?
Usually when I think of man, I think of a fully grown adult, maybe with a beard, a suit and a tie.
A boy. Okay, a boy.
Sure. Maybe
were they a boy?
Yeah, they were assigned boy at birth. Yeah, sure.
It's not assigned. Male at birth. it is the fact that they're a boy.
No, it's assigned at birth. That's.
But they are a boy. It's not like it's this weird thing where it's like the government said like, "Oh, you're a boy because we say so." Like it's because there's a reason why you're a boy. There's
sure, but it's not. That doesn't mean it's a definitively concrete reason. It's just an arbitrary. We have decided to categorize them based on sex type of reason, right? But obviously, you also agree that being categorized that way, right, shouldn't be obligatory. If someone wants to be categorized as a woman, they have every right to, and you agree with that, which is good.
Well, yeah,
right? That's why I don't
like,
label. That's why I'm not going to label you as transphobic or anything, right?
Well,
right?
I mean, yeah, but it's just like at the end of the day, like I don't think that you can just be born a boy, and then you just can be a girl. Like
But
if
you
you're
can.
transitioning from one spot to the next, well, yes, of course you can transition, but
Yeah.
that doesn't mean that you are a straight up girl. Like
Well,
that doesn't mean you're
there might
just
be
a
that
girl.
doesn't. I'm not saying that it means you're identical to a cisgender woman if you transition into a woman, but you still transitioned into a woman, right? You're not
Yeah, but that
transitioning
doesn't
from
make
you're not
you- that
transitioning
doesn't
from male to
make you
male, right? You're transitioning from male to female. So you become more female, right? That's the point, right? You become, you know, that you
Yeah,
you
but
sort
that
of
doesn't mean you're a real life woman. That doesn't mean that you're just automatically a
does.
real life woman.
Once again, what is your definition of real woman?
There's so many pieces and cogs that
There's
make
so
you
many
a woman.
pieces.
Like there's so many things that can go into just being a
So
woman, right?
what are the
definition?
strict
The definition
requirements?
and the things of being a woman isn't just like, I had a baby. Like that's not what makes you just a
Good.
straight up woman. But there's so many
Mhm.
other factors. Again, like I said, there's factors like what you are given in the womb, and then when you come out, do you have a vagina? Do you have a uterus? Do you have all these things? Like doctors don't just straight up go, oh well, they got this, so I guess that must mean they're this. They do like look into it. It's not like they just sit there and go like, well, they have to be assigned this because we were told so. There's so many
Wait,
wheels
what?
and cogs into it, and especially growing up as like, say a girl, say you have a vagina. Okay, sure, vagina doesn't work. Let's say that happens. They still have estrogen pumping through their vein compared to the boy who's growing up who has testosterone pumping through their
So
brain.
so then if that boy, right, were to go through gender affirming care, right? Let's say, they'd be a girl then, right? So let's say there's a trans girl, right? And she, goes through the whole rigmarole of getting gender affirming care, which is really difficult if you're a minor, by the way.
Which I don't think it should.
And also, well, hold on. Let's just finish, right? So if it's a matter of whether or not you go through, whether or not you have estrogen or testosterone, right? Well, if they go on puberty blockers and have nothing in terms of hormones, and then they go on estrogen later, then by your own logic, then that would make her more of a woman, right?
Yes, but those are foreign means as to making you like that thing. Your body's not
Why
just
does it
gonna
matter if
like
it's foreign means? Isn't
what do you?
the
It's forcing your body to change itself. How is
And?
that?
who
Explain to
gives
me
a
how
shit?
that.
Why does that
It
relevant?
doesn't. You can't. Your argument can't be who gives a shit. Your body is trying to make itself into what you were born as. Like that's the point.
Well,
Like
why
when
is
you go
that
through
relevant?
puberty, when you go through puberty, your body is pumping the means. Like if you're born a boy, it's
So what if-
pumping in that testosterone.
Great.
Your body is trying
Great. So
to
what if
to
you have?
to
What if you're
grow
born
into being a boy.
Okay. What if your natural hormones are imbalanced? Then what?
What do you mean? Like when
So
you
so
realize
if,
like
if
the
let's say there's
imbalanced hormones
so
can
let's
lead
say
to like to serious like problems like even death. Like you realize
yeah
that, right? Like
yes,
that's not a good
yes
thing.
yes no that yeah that's but that's the point I'm making is it's irrelevant if your body is trying to naturally produce something. That doesn't make it right. Okay, it doesn't mean that it's producing the correct hormones, right?
It is because if they're dying from the fact
No.
that they have a hormone imbalance, that means that there's something wrong.
Okay.
Like,
well, yeah.
Your
well, and if
body
there's
is
a,
supposed
well,
to be
yeah.
your body is supposed to be pumping testosterone. If it's
Okay,
not
well,
doing that, then you
if
can
I
die
am
from
a-
that. How does
okay.
that not?
Wait,
look
hold on. If a trans person with severe gender dysphoria, is pumping testosterone, that is the wrong hormone for them, right? That is the wrong hormone. Something has gone wrong, right? Because it's giving them gender dysphoria, and the only way to fix that is estrogen, right? And that's not going to be the case for all trans people, but the ones with the most severe gender dysphoria, it absolutely will be the case.
I mean, okay, but what I'm saying at the end of the day is that when you're born with, say, for example, like you said, working or not, physically working or not, a vagina, your body as you grow older is meant to produce estrogen. That's how
What
you
do you
grow
mean
up.
by meant?
That's how the brain is supposed to. That's how the
When you
brain is
say-
supposed to. I'm not saying
on.
like. I'm not saying that.
When you say meant, you're implying that there's some sort of end goal.
Yes,
That's what the term
to develop
what-
to development. Yes, to humans
Why?
development.
Why?
They're supposed to
why should the
produce
end-
estrogen, and
Okay.
if
And why
estrogen isn't being produced, then serious problems are happening.
Well,
The
no.
whole
If the
point-
estrogen isn't being produced, if somebody's going through HRT, then that's not something going wrong.
What are you talking about? Like, a lot of the time when children go through HRT and all of these things, right, it creates severe mental issues. It creates severe, issues. I mean, there's a reason
Source?
why so many. What are you talking
Source?
about?
Do you have a
There's
source
a-
for this, or is this just something you've made up?
What are you talking about?
Do you or do you not have a source for the claim you just asserted? You said
That trans
going through
people
gender affirming
have a higher
care.
chance of
Do you think that
making you suicidal?
Okay, do you think that receiving gender affirming care is what makes them suicidal?
Yes.
Really? So is that why all of the peer-reviewed studies literally say the opposite? You do realize that correlation is not causation. This is the same argument as if I could make the same argument against chemotherapy, right? Because a higher proportion of the people on chemotherapy have cancer than the people that aren't on chemotherapy. And because of that, that must mean that chemotherapy is causing the cancer, right? That's your own logic, right? But you wouldn't agree in that circumstance, right?
That's cancer. We're not talking about cancer.
Okay,
We're talking
cancer
about
is an illness, and so is gender
estrogen
dysphoria.
and
Gender
cancer,
dysphoria is an illness. Cancer is also an illness. What? You are
Yeah, but,
saying
like,
that gender dysphoria, the treatment for the illness, is the cause for the illness. When in
So
reality,
you think
let me finish. Let me
you think
finish.
that every single trans person is, all of them are facing gender dysmorphia. You think all of them are facing?
No, I never said that. I'm talking about trans people that do, because those are the ones that need gender affirming care, right? So for the trans people that do have gender dysphoria, that is the best treatment for them, okay? The reason why a higher proportion, you're comparing people that people that go through gender affirming care with the general population. What you should be doing is you should be comparing people that have gender dysphoria that are going through gender affirming care with people with gender dysphoria that aren't on gender affirming care, and look at those suicide rates.
Why am I supposed to exclude the people who don't have gender dysphoria?
Because why the fuck? Because people without gender dysphoria, like the general population, they're not all trying to get on hormones, right? Because there's not a problem, gender dysphoria, that needs to be fixed, right?
But you just asked me why I'm excluding people earlier that don't have a functioning vagina. Why are you trying
what? What are you talking about?
Why are you trying to exclude a group of people who want to transition that don't have gender dysphoria? Like, why are you excluding those people as you are? You're
no,
literally
I'm
saying
not. I'm not saying that.
You're asking me.
I never said that they shouldn't be able to get gender dysphoria, but what I'm focused on is that the people should have access to gender affirming care. But what I am saying is that there are instances in which gender affirming care is not only preferable, but it is necessary for the well-being of the trans person, right? And those are the cases that I deem to be the most severe, the ones that I believe
you're
are almost like a priority.
other people. You're
the
excluding
position
other
that
people.
the position that it's important to give people with gender dysphoria gender affirming care, and the position that every trans person should have access to gender affirming care are not mutually exclusive. Are you aware of that?
Wait, can you explain that
So
again?
the position that people with gender dysphoria should have access to gender affirming care is not in opposition to the position that trans people broadly should have access to gender affirming care. These are not mutually exclusive positions. Are you aware of that?
I'm not really, dude. Like,
So-
what makes that person
so-
different from a person who wants to transition? Like, I'm trying to understand that
because there's what I'm saying is that when somebody has severe gender dysphoria, not only is it preferable for them to have access to gender affirming care, but it is medically necessary, right? That's the distinction, right? There might be some trans people where it's not medically necessary, but it's still preferable if they have access to gender affirming care, right?
Sure,
I don't think
but
anybody
what-
should be
what-
denied access to gender affirming care.
My point was that you excluded my points earlier about what a woman is, right? You said that
No,
why am I
you set
excluding these
rigid
people?
boundaries? No,
No.
You
I
are the
didn't
one
set
that is
rigid
setting
boundaries. I
You
didn't
set rigid, yes,
boundaries.
yes. I asked you what a real woman
You-
is, and you gave criterion for what it means to be a real woman, and then you didn't apply those same criteria to people that you deem to be real women. Okay, I never said that trans people without
First of
dysphoria
all,
are
you
real.
never gave
So
me
this is a
you
false
never even gave me an
equivalency.
opportunity. No, it's not. You
It
literally were
is.
just like,
It
what about people
literally
who don't
is.
have a functioning vagina? I'm giving you the
Because
same
that was a
treatment here.
criteria.
I'm giving
That was
you
a
the same
criteria
exact
you listed.
treatment here.
You
I'm
said
giving you the same treatment
no,
here.
because
Why
I'm
are we
not.
excluding people who don't have gender dysphoria? Why are
I'm
we
not
excluding
excluding them.
You
I'm not
are.
excluding them.
You're
No,
making
I'm
it,
saying
you're making it about people who have
when?
gender dysphoria. You're
no,
making it about
I'm
them.
saying that it is medically necessary for people with gender dysphoria to get gender affirming care, as opposed to say somebody.
But
with,
we're talking about suicide. We're not talking about gender affirming care and whether
we're
they need
talking
it or
about.
not. We were talking
okay,
about the
so
suicide.
So you said that you believe that when people with gender dysphoria receive gender affirming care, that their suicide increases. This is just
No, I
false.
didn't say that. I
So
said
when-
typically
so-
when people go through, like, where are you getting this idea? I didn't say
from
people
your
who have
words?
gender No, I didn't. I never said anything
Or did
about
you say,
people
or did
with
you say
gender
trans
dysmorphia.
people who get gender affirming care have their suicide rate increased? Is that what you said?
That's what I was saying. I had nothing. I said
Do
nothing
you have
about.
a source for that, or is that just something you've made up?
Okay, Femyoz, where's your source? Like,
I can
are you
pull
gonna
up a
just
source.
keep saying? Are you just gonna keep saying? Do you have a source?
Sure,
for that?
I can pull up a source. Yeah, let me open my research document. I'm glad you asked. All right.
And I'm asking
so-
about more than just people with gender affirming care. I'm not asking about just only gender affirming care.
Well,
I'm
there,
talking
well,
about
well, the
everybody
control
in
group.
general.
Well, the control group would be people that don't have access to gender affirming care, right? That would be the control group. And
Or wait,
let me go
I'm
to
trying to. I'm gender dysmorphia. I'm talking about. Sorry, I mixed up
dysphoria.
the-
You mean? I think you.
Dysphoria.
Wait, hold on.
Dysphoria.
So wait, are you talking about dysphoria or not? I'm confused.
I'm saying like the suicide rates for both just people who have gender dysphoria, sorry, I can't say the word, and people who don't have that problem. Like I'm saying suicide rates in general.
Wait, okay, wait, what? Now I'm confused. I don't even know what claim you're trying to make.
No, I'm talking about just suicide rates in general. I'm not trying to exclude any of these people because not every
okay, so
single
wait,
person
are you
who's-
talking? Are you saying that the suicide rate of trans people that get gender affirming care is higher than that of the general population? Because I agree with that, but I don't think But you would have to do
I'm talking about
study
just
where-
like everybody
okay.
an example.
So you would have to, okay, so the kind of study you're looking for, all right, and I'm going to pull one up, okay, let's see here, all right, list of sources, American Pediatrics, okay, so that's, oh, okay, it's loading, the document is, oh god, can Google Docs stop being retarded? Jesus. Google Chrome not responding. Fuck you. Google Chrome be like, bruh. Okay. The conclusion. No, we're not there yet. Okay, so I think we'll start here. Okay, so I guess we'll start with so the methodology for this study. Okay, my source is the American Academy of Pediatrics. It's on my screen in my stream. So I'm gonna read the methodology out loud, the results, and then the conclusions. Okay. So the methods: a community-based national sample of transgender prepubescent children, N equals 73, aged 3 to 12 years, along with control groups of non-transgendered children in the same range, N equals 73, age and gender matched community controls, N equals 49 sibling of transgender participants, were recruited as part of the Trans Youth Project. Parents completed anxiety and depression measures, okay? And the results are transgender children showed no elevations in depression and slightly alleviated anxiety relative to population averages. They did not differ from control groups on depression symptoms and only had marginally higher anxiety symptoms. Okay. Oh, elevated anxiety. Okay, so conclusions is that socially transitioned transgender children who are supported in their gender identity have developed many normative levels of depression and only minimal elevations in anxiety, suggesting that psychopathology is not inevitable in this group. Okay, so all right, a connected comment, a correction. Oh, this was the Oh, this was when there was a correct. Okay. For anxiety, wait, the original, an error occurred. Okay, wait, this is not what I thought it was. Fuck. I need to label these. Let's see. I think this is also what I, alright. So, you can, cross-sectional chart, results, 300 youth, there was, okay. Reported diagnosis, conclusion. So, okay, this is a study that's basically, okay. Oh, wait, I do have notes. Okay. So, basically, the study I just read, okay, out loud, is basically transgender children showed no elevations in depression and slightly elevated anxiety relative to population averages. So, the general, the general population, not just trans people, okay? Socially transitioned transgender children who are supported in their gender identity have developmentally normative levels of depression and only minimal elevations in anxiety. Again, this is compared to the general population of children in general, right? And I already read the methodology, right? So basically what this means, all right? I'll explain this briefly. What this means is that if a trans kid is affirmed in their gender identity, what they will experience a life that is far closer, or a level of distress in life far closer to what they would experience if they weren't trans, right? As opposed to having astronomically higher levels of depression and anxiety than the average kid, right? Does this make sense?
I mean, somewhat. Like, no, I'm trying to. Sorry, I need a second. It's a lot. See, I'm not used to debates.
It's okay.
I mean, yeah, sorry. Well, shit, I just lost my train of thought. Can you explain it again?
So, all right. So, no, that's okay. All right. So essentially, what the results were was that transgender children showed no, when being compared to the control group, which is just children in general, being, whether it be their siblings or whatever, where basically they showed no elevation in depression and slightly elevated anxiety relative to just general population averages, right? So, socially transitioned transgender children, so these are people that are prepubescent, who are supported in their gender identity, have developmentally normative levels of depression and only minimal elevations in anxiety. This is compared to the general population, right? So, essentially,
why does every other study that I well, why is every other study that I see and say, right? How come anytime I try to do research on just in general suicide rates within the trans community, just trans people in general, why is it like in the above 50%, if not even higher than 60? Like, why is it so high? That's
Wait,
what I'm
what?
trying to understand.
Can you
Like, why is it so
so you
high?
said that according to your sources
Well,
that's
I'm just saying in general, like every source
in
I've seen
general.
or looked up, it's always above the 50% line.
Okay,
Like that's
so what do
why
you
is
mean?
it so
What is
high?
above the 50% line?
Like attempts of suicide rates within just trans people in general, like just all trans people in general.
So the reason why trans people in general have a high suicide rate is because, one, when you're not accepted for who you are in society, that's going to increase your overall level of distress. If you don't have
I
access
agree with
to
that. I do agree with that.
If you're treated like shit, etc., yeah, like that's gonna make things worse. If you're not given access to necessary medical care, which a lot of trans people aren't, that will increase their suicide rate. There are irreversible changes when you go through a puberty that is undesirable to you, right? So I think I got kind of lucky, for instance, right? I'm not the most masculine-looking human being on the planet, right? So I got lucky, but I think that I probably would have some really severe gender dysphoria if testosterone really irreversibly changed me, so that I, unambiguously look very masculine and manly, right? That would give me so much gender dysphoria to the extent where it's like, now I want to jump off a cliff because that level of distress is not worth living, right? That, like, it's just so miserable that you just don't want to live, right? And not everybody can afford things like facial feminization surgery, right?
But why is it so? What is so wrong with waiting till you're an adult? Like,
So
no
the
one's
problem,
saying these people physically can never
So,
change. They're just
here's the
saying,
problem.
why can't you wait till you're an adult?
Because that's the issue, right? When you're talking about trans kids, right? The problem arises when they hit puberty, right? And then they're going through a puberty that they know that they don't want, right? They know that it's the wrong puberty for them, like mentally, right? But they're forced to go through it anyway, and that's fucking traumatizing, right? So think of so like for instance,
how is going through like all the surgeries to become a woman or a man or something, how is that not traumatizing? Like how is that not extreme?
Well, it
to a
can be,
child?
but it's worth it, and that just goes to show how
That's
bad
not
the
a good
alternative is.
excuse.
So
That's
hold on,
not good excuse.
hold on. They don't have to go through, things like facial feminization surgery if they are never forced to go through a puberty that is undesirable to them in the first place. Why do you believe that they should be forced to go through a puberty that they know that they don't want to have? Right? Why shouldn't they be able to go on puberty blockers and then go on HRT later, right? Why should it be? Why is it obligatory for them to go through something that they know already that they don't want?
How do you know that they know that already? There's plenty of people who have,
psychological evaluations.
there are plenty.
You evaluate them psychologically. How do you know if a kid has depression?
There are plenty of kids who have gone through gender changes and then later in life realize I made a mistake. I don't.
And what proportion? Okay, and what proportion of those people that transitioned regretted it?
What do you mean? Like what?
What proportion of people that started transitioning as children ultimately had regrets from transitioning? What percentage?
Let me see. I don't know.
You don't know.
Listen, man, I literally got home right when I called you, man. I don't have like notes and stuff.
Well, no, but you're asserting things that simply aren't true.
But
right?
I'm saying they exist. Like you're making it sound like they don't exist.
So do you believe that the tiny percentage I'll make this really real simple for you, okay?
You also do realize that a lot of people who
really
transition, they want to change because of mental issues, which
let me make it really simple for you, okay? So let's say that there are 100 kids that are trans, and then they go through the whole rigmarole, then they get puberty blockers, and then go on HRT later, and then let's say 99 are glad that they did it, and 1 regrets doing it. Should that 1 regretting it ruin it for the other 99? Should the other 99 have to suffer because one person out of 100 made the wrong decision?
What suffer? Because my point here is that no one's
Suffer
saying they
through
can
gender
never,
dysphoria that is avoidable.
No one is saying that they can't transition. We're just saying you can.
Okay,
do it
so they
when
should
you're
be
an
forced to
adult.
suffer through gender dysphoria that's avoidable until they're 18. That's what you're saying.
Dude, not every single trans person is going through that problem.
No,
you're
but
excluding
I'm not saying that they. I never said that they weren't. But if we're gonna talk about there being instances in, because at the end of the day, right? Like I'm pretty sure one of the criteria for transitioning as a minor is you have to have persistent gender dysphoria for 6 months. That's a criteria, right? It's not just I kind of feel like doing this one day, lol, and then they get, oh, okay, little Timmy, here's some estrogen, hee hee. Like that's not what happens, right? Like the criteria for children is much higher. Really?
That's
where?
that genuinely happens. Like where?
What do
you mean? There's plenty of instances where I've seen, friends or people who have just been
you've
like,
seen friends, yeah. Well,
I've had friends who are literally
a friend of a friend's uncle's aunt
just don't let me talk. Just
has a
let me
kid
talk. It's fine.
that had this bad experience one
don't
time.
Let me talk. Okay.
Well, you're
Femyoz,
using anecdotal evidence as if it means shit.
Can kids have sex? Femyoz, can kids have sex? Do you think that kids under the age of 18 should have sex with people above the age of 18? Do you think kids
obviously
should be having
obviously
sex with
not.
each other? Okay,
obviously
why are we allowing children to get gender affirming care? Stuff that is
because
extreme.
gender affirming care
That
betters
stuff is
because
much
gender
more extreme
affirming
than
care decreases their suicide rate. Having an adult having sex with a minor doesn't better it doesn't decrease the suicide rate.
Why is there such a high percentage of trans people who have attempted suicide? Why?
Just because that percentage decreases doesn't mean it's as low as the general population.
I'm not. What are you talking about? We're not talking
decreasing
about
the suicide rate doesn't mean that the suicide rate is now lower. So to the point where it's as low as the general population, it means that it is lower relative to their suicide rate before medically transitioning.
We're not talking about.
God.
We're not talking about regular people everyday living. Like, we're not talking about regular dudes and women. We're talking about trans people. Yeah. We're talking about trans people. Stop including the general population when they have nothing to do with
that's literally what you're doing. I am arguing against that. Yes, you are.
I'm including only trans people. I'm talking about people
their suicide rate decreases when they medically transition. Yes, it does.
Then why is the suicide rate so high? Can you explain to me why it's so high?
Well, it's less high than it was.
It so high? No,
because
it's not.
Because they're still not accepted. They still have some level of gender dysphoria. It's lower. Holy fuck, you're actually retarded.
The amount of people who have been more accepted throughout time has changed significantly. If you genuinely think
their
that
suicide rate lowers when they go through gender affirming care.
If you genuinely think that LGBTQ is not an accepted community, you are actually brain dead fucking retarded. You guys, the LGBTQ is one of the most accepted communities.
I gave you, it's one of the most accepted communities. Yeah, it's one of the most accepted communities in the world. Yeah, let's just ignore, all of the shit that's happening in Florida and all of the, all trans people are groomers.
Did you just
rhetoric.
Say South Dakota? What is?
No,
South
I said
Dakota?
Florida. I said Florida.
Dude, okay, Minnesota's changed their rules for gender affirming care. California's changed the rules for gender affirming care. There are more states that have been in line.
Yeah, and guess what? The trans people, the trans people, including trans youth that are in those states are better off, have better mental health than the ones that are in states like Florida where there isn't access to gender affirming care.
What study shows that? What study
shows I that? Read you a study.
I literally a study of a selected crew of kids. You didn't read me a study of California and
Wait, what?
You didn't read me a study.
Do you think that gender affirming care affects? So if let's say there are people in different states, right? Do you think that the same gender affirming care would affect people differently if it's in a different state?
No, I'm saying, what are you talking about?
This is delusional.
It's not delusional. I'm saying the suicide rates aren't the difference. Like, what you're making a point that doesn't make any sense. And on top of that,
What?
LGBTQ has been more accepted than ever, and the suicide
Than
rate is
ever?
still
Yeah, because they
high.
weren't accepted at all before. That's a low bar.
What do you mean that's a low bar?
It's a
still
low
high because
bar!
even though they're accepted. We literally live
Accepted?
in a world where you guys are
We live in a
way more
world where
than
there are
accepted.
people that know they're trans that don't have access to necessary medical care. How is that being accepted?
Because
yeah,
they
sure.
are
Oh yes, they should be
children.
forced to have more gender dysphoria and go through the irreversible changes of their natural puberty because they're children.
Switch when they are adults.
Yeah, and
When
that's
they
more
fully
expensive.
develop.
That's more. It is more expensive, and there are some irreversible changes of testosterone.
They can't even make decisions for
So
themselves.
they should be forced to go through a puberty that gives them more gender
What?
dysphoria?
What
That's what you're
child?
advocating for.
Why should children be able to make a decision as big as sex change? Something you can't change, something you can't revert, something you can't
First of
go
all,
back
puberty
on.
blockers are reversible, so that actually addresses that concern, right? Because then they're able to make the decision, do I go off of puberty blockers, or do I go on HRT, right? They make that decision, and then their puberty either resumes or they go through with HRT, so that they're not forced to, go through the wrong puberty, and they're able to make that decision when they're older. That's
Yes.
the whole point of puberty blockers.
The point I made earlier. Are kids able to cautiously make the decision to have sex? Are they cautiously
This is
able
not
to
this
have
is
sex?
not comparable. You are
So
comparing
why
two
are
things
they
that are
able
not
to make the
comparable.
decision to change their sex.
What
Why
are you
they
talking
capable
about?
of making that
Because
conscious decision?
what? No. One thing
What is
leads.
wrong?
One thing leads to better mental health outcomes, and the other
What-
leads to worse mental health outcomes.
What is wrong with letting a child think about it instead of them just sitting there going, "I want to be this," and saying, "Okay, go ahead." Right off the
because
bat.
if you're forcing them to go through a puberty
No
that is
one-
undesirable to them, then you're
No
worsening
one is
their mental health.
forcing
Are you
them.
seriously this retarded?
No one is forcing them. You can get this
They are.
when you're older.
Oh
No
yeah,
one is
that's gonna
forcing
reverse
them.
all of the changes of testosterone. That's how it works. Yeah, okay.
Nobody is forcing them.
So if
to
testosterone,
say a
so if
girl
testosterone,
or a boy.
oh okay, so it's
Nobody
oh
is
great.
forcing
So
them.
but they're forced to go through the changes, right? That make them look more masculine or feminine for the rest of their life. Okay. Why should they be forced? Why should they be forced to go through a puberty that is undesirable to them? Why? Why do you think? Who does that benefit? Nobody. Nobody benefits.
Why would you be okay with a child, someone who's not old enough to make cautious
You're
decisions
so
for themselves?
retarded.
How am I retarded? You literally want children, people who aren't capable to make cautious life decisions for themselves. To fucking change their gender, you fucking retard.
Okay,
Are
do you believe
that fucking stupid?
So first of all,
You
puberty blockers.
genuinely
First of all,
are a
puberty
child.
blockers are reversible. You fucking
Dude,
retard. Secondly,
are you fucking
let's say for
retarded?
example, okay, all right, retard. Listen very carefully, okay? Let's say there's a 13-year-old girl who gets pregnant. Is it wrong for her to make a decision like, I don't know, getting an abortion? Do you think that that's wrong?
No, it's not.
Oh,
wrong.
but that's such a big decision.
She's
How
not
do
the
you
one
know she won't
making the
regret
fucking
it?
Decision, you dumb fuck.
Oh, so bodily autonomy applies when it's abortion, but
Morally,
not when it comes
morally,
to the hormones that.
Morally, you shouldn't have the child at the age of 13. Morally, it's not okay. That child shouldn't even be pregnant at that age. What happened to them is something that they shouldn't even have had the decision to have sex. They shouldn't even had the chance to do any of that stuff. They're a child.
I agree.
They were taken
I
advantage
agree,
of.
but let's say
Why?
Whoa,
Why?
whoa. No,
They
they got pregnant from another 13-year-old. They got pregnant from another 13-year-old, okay? Do you believe that they should and it wasn't like they were raped, okay? Should they be able to get an abortion, right? They should have that choice, right? Because
They
they're
should
bodily
be forced to get an abortion. They're a child. Why should they have a kid?
Interesting. Okay, they should be forced to have an.
They're literally
I have not heard anybody
13-year-old.
argue that before. Okay,
Femyoz, you
that's
genuinely
interesting.
think it's okay for a 13-year-old to have a child? You think
No,
a
I
13-year-old
don't.
should
But
have
I'm
the decision to make that decision?
No, but I'm doing an internal critique, and I'm just surprised that you would actually agree with me on that. I thought you would disagree because I thought you were.
Why would I say? Why would I say? That
I
a
don't know
child
because
should
you
be-
say all sorts of dumb shit.
No, I
like-
don't. The point
Yes,
that
you
I'm making
do.
is that children literally shouldn't be making cautious decisions like this. How is that such a bad way to view things?
Wait,
kids aren't
wait,
even old
do you,
enough to.
Wait, do you seriously think that going through the natural puberty is the neutral decision? Do you seriously believe that?
It's literally normal. It's natural. That's what
It's not, doesn't matter if it's natural. Do you believe that hormones are more desirable so long as they're naturally produced?
Okay, wait, here's another point.
Yes
You
or
talked
no?
about- you're-
No.
here's
Do
another
you
point.
or
You
do
talked
you
about the
not
1%.
believe?
You talked
Do
about the
you?
1%.
Hey, retard, listen
How much of
carefully.
the percent- how much of the-
No.
how
I'm
much
gonna ask you a
percent-
question. Shut the fuck up. I'm
Okay.
gonna ask you a question, okay? Do you or do you not believe that hormones are inherently more desirable on the basis of them being naturally produced? It's a
What are you
yes or a
talking
no
about?
question. Do you
talking about?
or do you not believe that hormones are inherently more desirable if they are naturally produced?
Yes.
You believe that they're
Sure.
more desirable if they're naturally produced. So would you believe? So do you believe that an intersex person who naturally produces a very imbalanced set of hormones, do you believe that their imbalanced hormones are more desirable than if they were to go on some sort of HRT so that they don't have hormone imbalances, even though it's unnatural?
Femyoz. My
Answer the
point is
fucking
that there-
question, you goddamn weasel. Answer the question. Answer
No,
the
then.
fucking question.
Then no.
So you
Then
don't
no.
wait.
They're
no,
a child. They're a child.
no. So wait, they should be forced to have the hormone imbalances. What? The intersex person?
They're a child. They're a child.
So they should be forced to go to have
Why-
the hormone imbalances
why
because they're
should they
intersex.
Why should
Can I-
they be forced?
Can I
Because they
third
might
wheel on
die?
this argument? Can I third wheel on this argument?
Why
No.
are you no?
Oh, okay. I had some points to say, but all right.
Yeah, all right, I don't. care.
Why? Okay, so why should a 13-year-old be able to like? I'm not even talking about just gender like dysphoria or whatever. I'm talking about the dysphoria. I'm talking about the general population of just trans people in general. I'm talking about the general population of them in general.
Okay.
Why?
When I say
Why?
no, when I say that
What-
that
no,
when I
Femyoz,
talk about
what is-
gender
what
affirming
is-
care for minors, I'm specifically talking about the ones that have gender dysphoria because that's one of the
what's-
requirements for children.
Wrong, what is wrong with a child who wants to transition living in a household? Let's say they have the gender dysphoria. They live in a household where they're accepting of it, but they just have to wait till they're older.
Because it's
They're-
not just that they're waiting till they're older. It's that they're going through irreversible changes that make them feel worse, that make their lives worse, that make it harder to transition later down the line. That's not what you're understanding.
What makes them harder? I know people who are literally
Because-
transitioning at the age of 20 something and it's going perfectly fine.
Right, that's not everybody. So first of all,
That
first of
isn't
all-
everybody. We have literally improved.
okay.
as,
When
like,
when I'm
science
talking
has
about
improved.
okay, do you believe that testosterone produces irreversible changes?
Like, what do you mean?
Do you or
Like,
do
give
you
an
not
example.
believe that testosterone produces irreversible changes to a person's body?
Can you give an example, please?
So, for instance, your I don't know, your the bone structure of your face can change, right?
Uh-huh.
You get taller on average if you are if your body has testosterone when you go through puberty, right? Shit like that. Do you believe that all
Mhm.
of that is reversible?
like you can transition
In the-
and go
in- like-
back. Is
like-
that what you're saying, or like are you saying like?
I'm talking. Does it matter? I'm asking you. Do you or do you not believe that testosterone, the effects of testosterone, are reversible? Like
I mean,
in the
yeah,
like not
there's
in the
plenty of things. There's plenty of things you can do to reverse a lot of those things. Like there is.
So then wait, hold
And
on.
I don't know. I don't
Hold
know.
on,
why
wait.
height
So then,
matters.
so wait,
That's-
then by your own logic, then, a trans kid who's female to male, it wouldn't matter if they actually made the wrong decision because then those effects would be reversible, right? By your own logic,
What do you
or
mean?
are they permanent now that we're involving a detransition?
Like if you're talking like facial structure, typically a lot of people get facial structure like surgery. They get like surgery.
So you believe that they should be forced
yes,
to have their
yes,
face to...
Femyoz, yes, you can get it reversed and changed and everything, but that's not good for your body. That doesn't mean it's good for you. It doesn't mean that it's
you know
good
what?
for your...
Okay.
Like, there's plenty of trans people
Yes.
who have gone through everything, right? And it's killing them. They're having
what's killing them?
issues. What do you mean? Like there's like specific things that happen to their body where they're like, shit, like this is, I have to go back and get this surgery again.
Like, okay, so you're taking, well, first of all, if we're going to talk about gender-affirming care for minors, we're not talking about surgery. I have never said that minors should be getting surgery. And the reason why I believe surgery is categorically different is because it doesn't become harder to get bottom surgery if you go through, a puberty, right? Like, if you do it later in life, right? If you do it later in life, I meant to say. If you wait till you're 18 to get surgery, it doesn't become harder and more expensive to do so, right? That nothing about that changes, right? So there is a good reason. Oh, okay, yeah, fair enough. You just wait, all right? Fine, whatever, right? But you have to understand that the way that testosterone, changes your voice, your face shape, your height, like the way you're built, a lot of that is irreversible, right? Like, at least to, like, sure, you can get facial feminist. Do you think that everybody, do you think that everybody can afford, or that the average person even can afford that? A facial feminization surgery? And not to mention the fact that they shouldn't even have to do that if it's avoidable. If they already know that they're a woman, right? Then why should they be forced to go through male puberty anyway, so that they are then forced to get a surgery that they wouldn't have had to have gotten in the first place? That, like, this doesn't make any fucking sense, right? Like,
what? Like, yeah, it's very hard to afford it. What's your point?
Yeah. Well, the point is that they wouldn't.
There's a lot of things that are hard to afford. There's a lot of things that people can't afford. And guess what?
That's avoidable. You want to know what the best way to avoid that is? If you know that you're trans at a younger age, it's called puberty blockers, and then going on HRT after a few years. Wow, crazy, I know. And then then they should be forced to go through the wrong puberty and have that negatively affect them for the rest of their life? That's what you're not understanding. It negatively affects them.
They're a child.
Why should a child... fucking what?
Why does a child... So you're telling me if a child says, I'm trans, then you're just going to take that at face value? What if that kid's just... What if they don't know that for sure? What if they need time to think about it? Why can't they have time to actually sit down and just
that's accounted for. No, wait, that's the point of puberty blockers. That's the point. Puberty blockers are reversible. That is like whatever. That is a period of however many years that they're on puberty blockers to think about the decision. So I don't want to hear this. Oh, well, they just need to spend time thinking. They have multiple years to do it. So they can think about it.
You're telling me that a boy is going through puberty. He's just automatically gonna stop thinking about being trans, and that it just it's making him think differently. That's literally what you just said. Like,
what are you talking about?
Don't pull the what?
Literally, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You're actually so dumb.
You literally just said the purpose of the HRT is that it helps them think about it and figure these things out over time.
Yes,
that's what I'm making. So if they're going through the puberty, they're just gonna say, oh, never mind.
No, but the puberty is irreversible, whereas the puberty blockers are reversible.
Irreversible.
You're so retarded. Holy shit.
It is not irreversible.
Yes, it is. And it makes it way harder to transition later down the line. It makes it way more expensive. And for anybody that can't afford facial feminization surgery, that is irreversible. You are so fucking stupid.
You are okay with a child making a life-changing decision.
Puberty blockers don't permanently change their lives. Holy shit. You're actually so dumb.
You are okay with a child making a life-changing decision.
Puberty blockers are not a permanent decision, you fucking idiot. You're actually so retarded.
Puberty blockers during the time when you're supposed to go through your fucking actual puberty that's a that's an okay thing. You're supposed to go through puberty from the ages of 13
No, they should be forced to go through the
until
puberty
18.
that makes them want to fucking kill themselves. That's what they should be forced to do.
You realize that the fact that they're going through puberty is not making them want to kill themselves. You just made it clear earlier that it's the
Okay, why didn't you tell that to the trans kid hanging from the ceiling fan? Why didn't you tell that to the trans kid hanging from the ceiling fan?
You are literally
Tell that to the trans kid hanging from the ceiling fan.
Contradicting your point. You are literally contradicting yourself. You made the argument that the suicide rates are not because of these outlying problems. It's because of these inner problems.
I did say that.
Them. It's because of the acceptance that they're not.
Hold on. Do you believe? Wait, shut the fuck up. Okay. Do you believe that multiple factors can contribute to the same problem?
You didn't even let me finish what I'm saying.
Do you or do you not believe that multiple factors can contribute to the same problem? Yes or no?
Are you just going to interrupt with like?
Do you or do you not believe? Shut the fuck up. Do you or do you not believe?
Or are you just?
I let you finish your point and I'm responding to something wrong you said. Do you or do you not believe? Answer the fucking question, retard. Do you or do you not believe that multiple factors, do you or do you not believe, shut the fuck up, retard, do you or do you not believe that multiple factors can contribute to the same problem? Yes or no?
Are you gonna let me
yes or no?
I'm not answering your question.
Yes or, oh yeah, you're a fucking weasel.
I'm not a weasel.
You're a weasel. You won't answer the fucking question, retard.
Femyoz,
you won't answer the fucking question because you're a retard.
You're the only fucking weasel.
You're a retarded fucking weasel, and you can't answer any of my fucking questions. All you do is weasel. All you do is weasel and dodge my fucking questions. You fucking moron.
All I've done is answer your questions. All you've done is
interrupt every Then why haven't you answered my fucking question? I was interrupting you, even though you were literally lying about my position.
Lying about what position? I have answered every single question except for this one because.
All right, I'll ask it again. I'll ask it again. Okay, what do you want to fucking finish?
I was trying to make the point that if a child, let's say they're going through issues, right? Like you're saying, if they are living in a household where they're accepting and they have friends that are accepting, but they're struggling with the dysphoria, right? They're struggling with all this stuff, but people are just saying, we accept you as who you are, right? That is helping them. That will help them. They don't need to go through the puberty blockers to stop this immediate problem. The problem is not the HRT. The problem is that there's family members and there's people in the world who won't accept them. And that sucks. I don't argue with that.
Got it.
I don't argue with you on that.
Okay.
But
all right, great. You didn't end. All right, now I'm going to ask you the same question, okay? Do you believe that multiple factors can contribute to the same problem? Yes or no?
Sure.
Okay, so do you believe that maybe perhaps think that there might be multiple factors that contribute to somebody's gender dysphoria? For instance, if somebody is transphobic to them, that can contribute to it. And if they go through a puberty that is undesirable to them, that can also contribute to it. What in what world are those factors mutually exclusive?
I'm not saying they're excluded. I'm saying that a person, right? The puberty is not the outlying problem. The puberty is not what's making them want to kill themselves.
But it does.
What's happening? No, it's what's happening around them.
It worsens their gender dysphoria.
Yes, but when they live, let's say they go through the puberty and they live in a household where people are like, yeah, we accept you as who you are. We will accept you as who you are.
Then they're still suicidal.
Then that person's most likely and 100% will most likely not kill themselves. They might have.
Really? You got a source for that?
They might suffer from depression.
Source?
They might suffer through a hard time. But
well, you know what?
Of the day, they will accept the fact that, hey, you know what? I can wait. There's plenty of people in the world who
that's
can
the point of puberty blockers.
What?
The point of puberty blockers is so that you can wait.
Why should we stop children from going through something that the body is naturally supposed to do?
Because just because a hormone is naturally produced does not automatically mean that it is a desirable outcome. That's what you're not understanding.
What are you talking about, dude?
Why
are we letting children, people who cannot make these decisions for themselves, make a extremely huge decision with their life?
Are you fucking retarded? Holy shit, no. The point of puberty blockers is so that they have more time to make the decision. So if you care about them, if you genuinely care about them having more time to make a decision, then you should be in favor of them getting prescribed puberty blockers, okay?
It doesn't
what you fail to understand is that going through the natural puberty is just as big of a decision as going on HRT.
It's just not even a decision at all.
It is. Not for you. Not for you. Not for you, because you identify as a male. You identify as a man. That's why it's not a decision for you. Fuck. For a lot of trans people, it's like it's not even a decision for them. They just know who they are, right? It's not, I don't know.
They are at the age of like 8, 9, 10.
Some of them, yeah.
Exactly. Do.
Some of them, yeah.
They're 8, 9, or 10. They are literally.
There are some that do.
A lot of them. A lot of those kids that are 8, 9, or 10 are even incapable of reading. Some of them can't even make genuine decisions
when you were
themselves.
8, 9, or 10. Okay, from ages 8 to 10. Were you confused about your gender at any point? Were you confused?
No.
Okay,
None of
so
that
then
stuff
why?
crossed my mind.
Oh, wow. How interesting. Oh, that's crazy.
Because
it's
you know
almost like you knew what your gender was.
I was being a normal child walking around having fun with my life.
Yeah,
That's
you
what
can't
you're
do that
supposed
when
to
you
do
have
with
gender
8-year-olds.
dysphoria.
That's what 8-year-olds should be doing. A kid with gender dysphoria should be enjoying their life with a good family. They shouldn't be having to make cautious. They can't be having to
do that when they're
decisions
experiencing the most severe gender dysphoria imaginable.
They're 8.
Okay?
They're 8 years old. They are 8 years old.
So let's take they are 8. Okay, I'll give you a little thought experiment.
Oh my god.
I'll give you a little thought experiment, okay? All right. So let's say we have a 12-year-old girl, okay? She's born as a female and whatnot, okay? But once she hits puberty, it turns out that she has this rare condition, and this is a real thing, by the way, that causes her to have excessive hair growth, right? Just everywhere, all over her body and face, right? Way more than the average guy, and the only solution to it, okay, would be, well, some form of HRT, right? It's caused by hormonal imbalances. Do you believe that they should have to wait until they're 18 to do that?
Yes.
So
They're
you believe
a child.
you believe that so you believe
shave?
you're willing to, well, no, she would end up with a 5 o'clock shadow within like an hour of shaving.
Dude, you're trying to bring up a fucking problem that is so rare that it's not even a real conversation within.
No, it is a real conversation. Just because you are avoiding anything
of people who have
I don't care. I'm asking you.
It doesn't matter if you don't care.
It does matter.
It's a minuscule issue. It is such a minuscule issue.
Okay, but I want to see if you are consistent with your line of reasoning, okay? That's what I'm looking for, okay? So in this situation, okay, it exists, whether you like it or not, do you believe that she should be forced to, go through, the fucking horror of all of that, and, probably, I mean, she'd probably get bullied constantly for it, she wouldn't be seen as somebody that fits in.
Do you not think, like, normal kids get bullied? Do you just think only trans people get bullied? Like, dude,
no. I'm talking about an example. No, I'm not even talking about a trans person right now. I'm talking about the example I gave, a biological female with the rare condition that makes her hairier than the average guy. Like, so hairy, right? Within an hour of shaving, you have a 5 o'clock shadow type of hairy, okay? Do you believe that she should be forced to experience that?
I'm not saying she should be forced. I'm saying she can wait till she's 18 to make the decision to change that.
Wow, that is a.
That's not forced.
So you're somebody who I can tell you're the type of person. Like, well, it is okay. You want
I'm saying you can make that decision. I'm saying yes,
Okay.
that's an option for you, but you can make that decision later in your life.
So,
like that's
okay.
not me saying
So
no.
first
You
of
can
all-
never. You can never get it. You can never have
I
that
know
change.
that.
You can never. have it.
I
I'm
know.
saying you can wait like 5, 6,
okay.
7 years to make
what do
that
you
change.
But why should that be obligatory? Why should she be forced to go through all of
She's
that
a
suffering?
Child.
So if she's a child, she should be forced to go through suffering?
She is a child, incapable of making cautious decisions for herself.
Okay,
Huge
so
decisions.
do you believe do you believe for instance, if a child decides that I don't know, that if a child decides that if a child, let's say a child has depression, they don't decide that they have depression, obviously, right? And then they decide to go to their talk about it to their parents agree, okay, we'll go see a psychiatrist, get a doctor and whatnot, or whatever, and see if we can, do something about this depression, okay? And then after psychological evaluation, maybe a brain scan, it's determined, yeah, they have some severe-ass depression, okay? Is it wrong for them to go on antidepressants? Do you believe that it's wrong?
There are instances where I do believe antidepressants is not the correct answer.
No shit. There are instances in which anything can be the incorrect answer. I'm asking you in general, broadly.
I think in my personal opinion of antidepressants, I think antidepressants are the worst decision you can make for your life if you
Okay,
are suffering
so
from severe depression.
Okay, so you believe that children shouldn't ever, children with the worst depression imaginable.
Femyoz,
That's not circumstantial.
My best friend suffers from severe depression. Depression. I don't want to name him because I have respect for him.
Mm-hmm.
He is one of the people who genuinely would probably agree with me about antidepressants because it is a temporary. It's basically just a temporary happiness pill where it doesn't help him, and it never has, and it's not a solution.
Hold on. You do realize that, one, antidepressants work differently on different people, and two, okay, I'll give you an example, all right? If you want to go the anecdote Andy route, I'll use myself as an example, okay? There have been antidepressants I've been on and medications I've been on that were ineffective, or I went on Prozac one time. It actually made the problem worse, okay? So I went off that shit, all right? It made me like a fucking psychotic, right? But I'm on an antidepressant right now. Well, a couple, actually. And while they don't fix my depression, they help it, right? They make it a little bit better, right?
Okay, but
So
you do realize
and I've been on them. I've been on them since I was a kid.
Okay, but you do realize that being able to, face your depression face value without using pills or anything is a better way to handle your mental issues.
This is tantamount to the just go to the gym, bruh, type of argument. It's like,
it's not
yes,
just that.
There are some instances where it's like that can be helpful, but that doesn't mean that's the solution for everybody.
I'm not. What?
Do you not know what clinical depression is? Do you not know what clinical depression is?
Femyoz, I just explained to you that my best friend has it. I know what it is.
So you have taken your best friend and a study with an N value of 1 and extrapolated it onto all people with depression.
Femyoz,
do you not realize why there's a problem with that?
Being able to face real life the problems you're facing at face value is a better way to handle your depression than just constantly taking antidepressants your entire fucking life.
So
because it's not going to fix the problem.
Do you know what clinical depression is?
Explain it for me then. I want to know your explanation of what it is.
So clinical depression. Well, first of all, I assume that your answer is no, you don't know what it means, which is fine if that's the case, but
sure.
I just want to...
Yes.
Okay, sure. So you don't know what it means. Okay, so clinical depression is basically when the cause of your depression is not any situation, like it's not situational. It's not a matter of, oh, you're self-isolating, or oh, you're not, living your life to its fullest. You could be living objectively the best life. You could have tons of really good friends and meaningful relationships and a stable source of income, a job that you love or would love, right? It's something that you've been passionate about, right? But at the same time, you're fucking depressed as shit, and the reason is because there's a chemical imbalance in your brain, and nothing you do in terms of your actions alone can fix that. So what do you think the best solution to that problem is? What do you think the best way to treat it is?
Okay, if I just want to understand this, so that's your definition of what what is it called? Clinical depression is. Then how come there are people who have suffered from clinical depression who have been able to overcome it with just doing basic things like changing their lifestyle and genuinely,
because that's not clinical depression. That's situational depression. You're conflating
it's not
the two.
situational depression.
No, clinical depression is when you have a chemical imbalance. Okay.
So
when we're talking about a chemical imbalance, we're talking about one that cannot be controlled. Okay.
So how come I know somebody who has been diagnosed with clinical depression? They said
maybe they were misdiagnosed.
Oh, okay. No, that's awesome. You know what? Yeah, you're right. Sorry. That's awesome. Maybe they were just misdiagnosed. Okay, that's cool.
Well, it's possible because
if the
only way
I respect that answer, actually. Yeah. No, that's fine. I respect that answer.
Look, I acknowledge that there are issues, right, with overprescription. I don't disagree with there being issues with overprescription, right? I've never disagreed with that, right? But just because people will get overprescribed does not mean that antidepressants themselves are bad.
I'm not saying antidepressants are the worst thing ever. I think it's a thing that you can use if it has to be used, right? If it's like, if it's going to save your life, maybe, sure.
Including with children, right? If it's going to save their life. If it's going to save their life.
If it's, okay, sure. If it's going to save their life, sure. But
so why doesn't this apply to gender dysphoria?
Okay, just let me finish. But the first thing that a person with these problems should be doing, the first thing is not, let's put you on the pill. The first thing you should be doing, what are you talking about? In a lot of cases, that's the first thing that people do, especially within children. I've known plenty of friends in my lifetime who they suffer from depression. The first thing they give them is an antidepressant, and that's all they do.
Oh, you're talking about antidepressants. Oh, I thought you were talking about
no.
care.
No. I'm talking
here's
about
the thing,
antidepressants.
Right? Okay, sure. And if that's happening, that's wrong, right? But if they go through the rigmarole, of getting diagnosed properly, right? And the person is doing their job, right? Then it wouldn't be an issue, right? So when it comes to but obviously I'm using an example, right? You said that in a situation where it's very obviously medically necessary for this child to go on antidepressants. You have agreed that yes, in that case it is okay, right? So I'm asking you now why you won't apply that same line of logic for medically necessary gender affirming care.
Okay, before I get into your question, I just want to make it clear that the first answer when it comes to, depression, clinical depression, any of that stuff is you should try to face it at face value, change your lifestyle, do all that stuff.
Yes, I get it.
Why is that not something we should be doing with children? Why when it comes to HRT, when it comes to all these things, why should children's first
That's
result
not the first
should just
thing.
be what is the first thing? What is the first thing?
The first thing is that they have to experience severe and persistent gender dysphoria for at least 6 months, along with some other requirements related to gender. I don't remember specifically what they are, but I know that they're there. So that would be the first thing, okay? And then, after that, then they can get prescribed puberty blockers if, and only if, not only do they consent, but also their parents consent, and a doctor consents. Only then can they go on puberty blockers, which are reversible, by the way, for a few years, until years later, when they're older and more mature, and more ready to make the decision, then they can choose to go on HRT. This isn't just, here's estrogen, little Jimmy, when they walk in the door, right?
Okay, actually, no, here, I'm making progress here with you. See, here's the thing. If, say, for example, the parents are saying yes to it, the doctor is saying yes to it, let's say just a group of people are saying yes to this because it has to be done to help this child out completely. Like, this could save their life type of situation, right? Okay, sure. But isn't the point of these changes that you don't need parent consent? Isn't that the point of these changes? Is that we're basically changing it to we don't need parent consent. We don't need this type of consent. If a kid just wants to do it, they can do it.
We are making progress. Okay, so we've acknowledged. Okay, I think I'm clear. I think it's more clear now where you draw the line. Okay, so you draw the line, based on
I draw
what
the line
parents
when it's
believe.
basically. I draw the line basically on whether kids should be making cautious decisions. I don't personally think that a child should just be saying, like, for example, I don't think a child should be able to get up one day and say, "I want to be this thing," because, for example, like I don't think that's okay. But like you said, let's say, for example, this kid is evaluated and all of these different things by doctors and everything, and the doctors are saying, "Dude, this is gotta be done. Like, this has to be done. This kid's life is at risk. This is the best way to handle the situation." The parents are like, "Yes, save my child's life." Then hey, by all means, listen.
What you've just described is right just now is the process of gender affirming care for kids. Now, I believe that it shouldn't. I believe that, it should be up to the kid and the doctors. Personally, I believe, if a kid's parents are transphobic, I don't think that should have any weight, right? I would consider that a form of like, denying a child necessary medical care is a form of neglect, right? So if let's say a parent denies...
No, I get you on that.
So let's say a parent denies their child access to insulin, which they need, right? Like okay, well, you have an obese child that needs insulin, right? The parents shouldn't be able to deny them that. I would say that necessary medical care, like gender affirming care for certain people, would fall under the same category, right? However, obviously, it's like, but if there's a kid that doesn't need insulin, then it's not child abuse if the parents aren't like, you don't need that, right? You get what I'm saying?
I get you, I do, but I just, like I said, the spot where I draw the line is just children making cautious decisions like this because...
But they're not making the decisions on their own. That's what you're not understanding.
No, but
like as in they're the ones that bring it to the attention of their parents and their doctors, but they're not the only ones.
No, but is the point of these states changing this law not basically saying if your kid wants to get it, they can? It's not saying
there are some
I don't
states.
know. Maybe I've read some of these things wrong, especially
I think you've
Minnesota,
read it wrong
because that's where my family's from, Minnesota. Especially in
well,
Minnesota, where
when
it's
they
like
say,
basically the kid is the one who can make the decision, no one else. No one else has to make the decision. If the kid says yes, then they can. And I don't agree with that.
You are completely mistaken. So
how am I mistaken?
So it's not so it's not just the kid who makes the decision, right? A doctor and their parents have to agree to it. Now, ultimately, I don't even think that their parents should be required to agree to it because, again, if it's necessary medical care, I don't think, like, the same way it's not okay for parents to be like, no, you're not getting vaccinated, I don't think it's okay for any necessary medical care, period, right? So, I think that in this... And maybe you've, read whatever conservative propaganda without realizing it's conservative propaganda. Because, like, again, if you're not politically savvy, I get that. It's easy to, like, not read between the lines a lot of the time. But when it comes to their rhetoric, I mean, a lot of the time they're dishonest. They're like, the children are getting groomed, and then they go into the doctor, and then they and then they give them estrogen, and then they transition, and then they kill themselves, right? That's the narrative they're trying to push, right? Some people will push a more extreme narrative than the others, right? Than others, right? So, but the fact of the matter is, right? It's not just the kid, right? They have to get prescribed. Fuck, I'm an adult, all right? I live in a blue state, and I had to, I had to go to the fucking, like, I had to schedule an appointment way in advance for myself, right? I had to schedule an appointment at a location, and then I had to go over there, and then I had to get my blood tested, and then they asked me a bunch of questions, and then, because it was very clear what I wanted and needed, then they prescribed me estrogen. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to get it, or maybe there's a small chance I would have been able to, but it wouldn't have been covered by insurance. And it's like, okay, where is a kid? So like, and even if it was the same for kids and adults, where would a kid even acquire that money? Does a kid even know how to, like, if they're not smart enough to decide their gender, are they smart enough to make an appointment and go there? Like, because it was like whatever, like an hour drive to the nearest place. So it's not like kids can just easily get these things, right? That's what you're not understanding.
Isn't the point of these changes in our system making it like, if a kid wants to change, they can make that decision for themselves? Like, isn't that the point?
No, they're what it means is that they have access to necessary medical care. That's what it means, right? But what they're changing to and from, okay? I'll explain it, right? They're changing from no kids have access to gender affirming care, or maybe a little bit of access, but only if their parents say it's okay, or some shit like that, right? Maybe it's like okay, like making it so that they have some sort of access if doctors approve. Maybe there. I don't know if there are any states that have made it so that parents aren't required as like part of the equation. I'm not entirely sure, but I know that you definitely need to get prescribed that shit by a doctor.
Minnesota, you don't need a parent's permission. Like, that's, you don't need
still
like
need,
parents
well,
there.
okay.
You don't need any sort of parent.
Okay,
involved.
so all right, so let's take Minnesota, and I'll assume that that is the case, okay? They still need the doctors to be on board with it, right? They have to get diagnosed with gender dysphoria. You know that, right? They're not just gonna.
You do. Yeah. You have to go see a doctor for this stuff, right? But yeah, I don't know. I just.
Do you think? And first of all, the doctors, right? There's a whole, there's a rigorous process for these things, right? Now, even if it was, you make an appointment and then, in one appointment you get prescribed, the medication, right? At that point, it's like, okay, I feel like if like that, maybe that would be where I might draw the line. It's like, oh, okay, yeah, maybe look into it a little bit more first. I don't disagree with that, though. I would still say that if a kid is dedicated enough to figure out how to make a doctor's appointment behind their parents' back and acquire the funds to pay for the HRT, they're probably like, they're smart enough and dedicated enough to know what their gender is, right? I like, at that point.
Yeah, but there's plenty of children who are dedicated to sneaking out of their parents' house and finding a way to get to their partner's house and fuck them. Like, that's a lot easier. That doesn't make it okay. It just, it's really not that much easier, dude. Like,
it would be because how many funds do they have to acquire to sneak over to sneak into somebody's house?
Well, I'm not talking about funds. I'm just talking.
Well, you do realize that HRT costs money. You know that, right?
No. I know, but I'm not talking about funds. I'm saying I'm saying just because that child has been able to create an appointment for themselves doesn't mean that they have that ability and that cautious decision to make this crucial decision for themselves.
You do realize that even if they get prescribed, HRT at that point, which they wouldn't be able to, they would only be able to get puberty blockers, if let's say it was only one appointment, right? Like, let's just pretend like the 6 months of gender dysphoria that's persistent and severe doesn't exist. Let's say that requirement is removed. Okay, now, and let's say that, okay, well, it doesn't matter if their parents are on board. It wouldn't, like, and then they got diagnosed, puberty blockers, which are reversible, by the way. They would still have to pay money for those, right? Like, they're not going to have access to puberty blockers if they can't afford them. You know that, right? Like, it's not like maybe it's different in Canada.
Expensive, dude. It's extremely fucking expensive.
How do you think a child is going to go behind their parents' back and have the necessary funds required without insurance, or figure out how to use their parents' insurance without their parents knowing and knowing how to do all of that after setting up an appointment? Like, how do you think these things work? Right? It's like,
I'm not saying that kids just get up and say like, oh, let's fuck it, I'm gonna get my sex changed.
Right.
My parents aren't gonna know.
You would have to have some sort of like genius child to be like, the child would have to be some sort of genius to even figure out how to do it without their parents' approval, right? Like, you know that, right?
Yeah.
So
I don't know, man. Like I said, I draw the line where it comes to kids making cautious decisions like this. I don't think
they're not making the decision on their own. That's what you're not understanding.
No, I get what you're saying. They're not making the decision on their own. Like, for example, they're getting diagnosed. I'm saying that a child, like, say, fucking a 13-year-old or an 11-year-old, or in their age range of 8 to 13, when I hear a kid say, I'm a boy, and let's say they're born a girl, and they say, I'm a boy, my initial response is, oh, yeah, you are. My initial response is, are you sure? Or have, like,
sure,
my response is like,
you hear me? Hello? Can you hear me? Hello? Can you hear me?
It's not something that you could
Can you hear me?
Reverse or...
Okay, I can hear you. Can you hear me? I'm sorry, my Wi-Fi cut out.
Oh, shit. Oh,
no, don't worry about it.
I can hear you now.
All right, yeah, sorry. Fuck, I was gonna say something. At the end of the day, right, it's like, what you need to understand is, like, regardless of all the fear-mongering that people that are, let's be real, conservatives will do, there aren't kids that are, just getting, free HRT all the time, right? Like, and I remember what I was gonna ask you. So, are you when you say that you would, if somebody were to be like, I'm a girl, but they were born as a boy, right? Are you saying you would question that and be like, oh, I don't think so, like, from the perspective of, like, just somebody else, or as, like, from the perspective of a parent? That was what I was gonna ask.
Oh, wait, sorry. Wait, are you saying, like, if your kid came up to you and told you, like, they're this, and they're, like, young,
No.
response?
I was asking because you said something about, like, oh, if there was a 14-year-old that told me they were a boy when they were born as a girl or something like that, I would be like, are you sure? I don't know if you were saying if that was your kid.
Is that where it cut off for you? Is that where it cut off?
Yeah, I was asking if that was if you're talking about it, like, somebody that's your kid or just, like, a random person.
In general, both. I think it's
Okay.
in general just both. Like, for example, like, if my kid came up to me at the age of, like, 11 or something and said, "Hey, I am a girl," and they're a boy, my initial response is not going to be like, yes, you are. Yes, you are, and you know you are. You're able to make that decision for yourself. Nothing wrong with people making transitions. I think it's perfectly fine. It's normal. If you're somebody who says, like, no, nobody can be trans, or if you're somebody who thinks, like, oh, being trans is, like, impossible, you don't exist, like, you're probably one of the biggest retards in the fucking universe.
I agree.
Because there's totally fucking plenty of humans in the world who don't feel like what they were at birth. So
sure.
Like, dude,
I'm glad.
People are fucking weird. Everybody's weird. Everyone's different. Everybody's, like, dude, there's men who are extremely feminine. There's women who are extremely masculine.
Well, and I want to clarify.
Normal.
And I want to clarify. A lot of what the disagreement was, I think, maybe you not understanding what gender-affirming care for minors actually entails. I think what you were envisioning was, like, a little kid going up to the counter and being like, I'm a girl, can I have estrogen? And then it's like, okay, here you go, right? That like, but like what I described, right? The whole rigmarole, the difficult process of getting that, right? Is a lot more in line with reality. And I just want to make that clear. That's what I described with like, oh, you have to have persistent gender dysphoria for 6 months before you can even like begin to consider going on puberty blockers, before you can even begin to consider like going on HRT, right? Like that's more like it's a long process of making sure, basically, right?
Mm-hmm. Dude, whoa, yo, Jalen said something that yeah. I mean, I think it's normal for a parent to be skeptical and hesitant of their child. I don't think that is a conservative way. I think there's plenty of parents who aren't conservative who are hesitant and skeptical of their child changing.
Sure.
I don't have an
But I
inherent
don't-
issue with being skeptical and hesitant on it.
I think
Because
being skeptical is fine. Being skeptical is fine as long as you're not denying people or your kids access to necessary medical care, which
See,
gender affirming care is
I think-
sometimes. So I think we're gonna leave it at that.
I that's
I-
like a spot where I just genuinely like don't agree with, but I think it's like literally one of those things, like I said in the last debate, like where it's like we agree to disagree. Like I think, like at the end of the day, Femyoz, I think you kind of understand this about me.
I mean,
I'm not
sure.
against fucking people transitioning.
I know,
You
but what I'm
understand
saying is that when
Like-
I actually described the specific aspects of my position, right? Like even if it was painstaking and kind of slow and annoying at times, right? You ultimately, once you understood what I meant when I say gender affirming care, what I mean by that, you ultimately agreed to all of my premises. So just keep that in mind. I'm gonna end stream now, so I'm gonna disconnect from this, all right? And then yeah. Anyways, I will end stream now. Anyways, if you enjoyed this stream, make sure to let me know by smashing like, subscribe with notifications on if you want to see more stuff like this, and I will see you all in the next one. Unless I die in a tragic house fire or a car accident, that would be really sad. Wouldn't that suck? I bet there's some people watching this that would actually. They would love that, okay? They want me. They want me to die in a car crash, okay? Yeah. All right. Good.